Hello, I'd like to welcome everybody today. I am President Emily Stevens, and I call this work session on February 4th, 2026 to order. The time is 4:01. I would like everyone to please be reminded to silence your electronic devices. And we're going to start with the flag salute. Trustee Biasotti, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, before I open item 1.02, is there anyone who did not get a chance to complete a public speaker card? We have a few people over here. If we have them up here, if you come to the front, they'll give you one. And just a reminder to those who will be doing public comment to state your name for the record. That's very helpful for us. Okay, Trustee Barone, you're going to make the motion, please, to approve the agenda.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President and members of the board, I'd like to make a motion to adopt the agenda with the following changes. Reference materials are provided for item 2.04, governance policies.
Great. Do I have a second?
I will second the motion.
Cast your votes. Motion passes. Okay, let's move into the approval of the minutes, 2.01. Again, before I open 2.01, I see people still coming in. If you did not get a chance to complete a public speaker card, please come to the front. You can grab a yellow card so that your card is filled out and we're ready for you at the end. All right, 2.01. Does anybody want to give a motion to approve the minutes?
Where am I at?
Trustee Biasotti.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to make a motion to approve agenda item 2.01.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Trustee Bustamante Adams.
I second that motion.
Cast your votes. Awesome. Motion passes. Okay, let's move on to 2.02. We're going to have, we're going to have staff come up and do a presentation on the 2027 legislative planning. One of the things that I would like to ask my fellow trustees as we dive into this evening, we have quite a few presentations to get through tonight. And out of professional courtesy, it's not a requirement. You have the freedom to do what you want, but out of professional courtesy, it would be great if we could all limit our questions to maybe 2 to start. And then after everybody gets a chance to ask their questions, we put ourselves back in the queue and we keep going. But that's just a request. All right, thank you.
Good evening, trustees. My name is Kirsten Sear. I'm the Chief Community Engagement Officer, and I am here tonight with Dr. Brad Keating, who is our Associate Superintendent of Community and Government Engagement. And today we are kicking off our strategic planning for the 2027 legislature. The Nevada legislature sets the conditions for student success by shaping funding, accountability, and statewide education policy. Trustees serve as the critical link between state policy and classroom impact and are the voice of the community and advocates for students. Our goal is to begin aligning around shared priorities for the 2027 session. This work is focused on being proactive, strategic, and unified in our advocacy. Starting early ensures that our approach is thoughtful, data-informed, and grounded in community needs. The legislature shapes nearly every major condition that impacts student success. From funding to accountability, their decisions affect classrooms for years. Strong relationships and a shared agenda allow us to influence policy more effectively. Our focus is not just reacting, but to help shape solutions. Our trustees are the bridge between state policy and local impact. They represent community voices and advocate directly for students. Trustees also play a critical role in fiscal oversight and sustainability. Governance policies guide how this advocacy happens responsibly. One of the key components for the trustees in this district is to create our own legislative platform. Our platform tells our story, what's working and where support is needed. We must clearly define the problems we're trying to solve. We also need to articulate what student success truly requires. An important reason for this platform, or community engagement, will help strengthen this vision and build credibility. By having something our stakeholders can rally around, we will create a stronger, united voice in Carson City. As we begin working toward the legislative session, a few things we should begin thinking about. We must distinguish personal opinions from official board positions. Ethics laws guide how we interact with public officials. Clear communication protocols prevent confusion. Consistency and alignment protect our credibility. Our advocacy will be built on 4 key messages. First, CCSD is the economic engine of Southern Nevada. Student success today is essential to building a skilled workforce and a strong economy tomorrow. Second, we are becoming a destination district through smart, targeted investments that directly impact classrooms, including competitive teacher salaries, expanded pre-K, and improved school safety. Third, we are partners in progress. No single organization can solve these challenges alone, and strong collaboration with state and local leaders is essential to supporting students and aligning workforce needs. Finally, our decisions are data-informed and student-centered. We are committed to transparency, accountability, and sharing both our progress and our challenges through clear, measurable outcomes. I will now turn it over to Dr. Keating to go through the rest of the presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Sear. Brad Keating for the record. Currently, our Government Relations Department is busy tracking the implementation of roughly 226 bills from the 2025 session. A major part of that work is focused on Senate Bill 460. We've already established a clear tracking and reporting process for SB 460. Our next steps include working with the Department of Education to clarify implementation guidance, identify needed regulatory adjustments, and ensure our district leaders have clear timelines. As it relates to Senate Bill 460, we've established through the tracking and reporting systems an opportunity for us to work alongside in partnership with NDE on guidance, potential cleanup language, and the regulatory processes. There are a number of issues within that bill that have to go through a full regulatory process at the department. Our goal with Senate Bill 460 and the regulation process is clarity, consistency, and practicality. Communication remains a priority so that leaders understand what expectations they're being held to every day. The Nevada Association of School Superintendents are working to identify some early priority areas, and we wanted to bring that to you. These are being fleshed out. They haven't been fully solidified yet, but wanted to give you an early glimpse as to some of the ideas that the Superintendents Association have discussed. First, on grade 3 retention, shifting from mandatory retention to early intervention and targeted supports as it relates to read by grade 3. Second, on funding reform, advocating for models that reflect current enrollment realities to ensure long-term financial stability and protection of classroom resources. And third, in the area of special education, during the 2025 session, NAS actively worked with legislators to improve conditions for students with disabilities and their families. Looking ahead, we remain committed to partnering with all stakeholders, including legislators, on various bills and initiatives to strengthen the special education complaint process, ensure more effective support systems, foster collaboration, reduce conflicts, and keep the focus squarely on improving outcomes for our students. As it relates to cleanup language in SB 460, clear statutory language ensures consistent implementation statewide. Ambiguity creates delays and inequities for our students and our schools, which we all want to avoid. As it relates to pre-K, research is clear that high-quality pre-K strengthens long-term outcomes. Early learning is one of the strongest investments we can make, so we need to continue pushing that issue at the legislature. There's no dedicated revenue stream for pre-K, and we will need to work with the state on these efforts to move that forward. Looking at our calendar before you, the work clearly begins a few days ago. And not now, but a few days ago, with trustee engagement, staff collaboration, and the community, and having data conversations taking place from March through May. In June, we will narrow our focus to finalize 3 to 4 concepts for initial bill draft requests. In July, trustees will review those final bill draft requests, and in August, the board must vote on 2 priorities to be submitted by September 1st to the Legislative Council Bureau. The timeline before you keeps us focused and accountable, and early intentional preparation increases our likelihood of success at the legislature. To prepare for the coming months, government relations will work with all of you as trustees individually, as well as district leadership, to independently identify your top 2 or 3 priorities for the legislative session. We will then compile that list and synthesize those ideas into common themes. This collaborative process ensures balanced perspectives and informed decision-making for all of you. Our goal is to narrow our focus, build consensus, and achieve clarity around our legislative priorities. I want to note, and it's incredibly important for me to note this now, that as we narrow those priorities after you give us so many of them, we will narrow as a board and a team on what those 2 bill drafts will be, but that does not mean we'll lose sight of what's been told to us in the past. So many of the ideas that you will have will be included in the overall legislative platform that we submit to the legislature. So we will have 2 specific bill drafts that move forward, but many of the ideas you come up with will be included in the overall district platform. In closing, this process is about positioning CCSD for long-term success. Your input today and over the coming months shapes our advocacy tomorrow. We welcome questions, ideas, perspectives you may have, and together, truly, we can advance policies that will serve all of our students. Thank you for your time today, and we're happy to answer any questions.
At this time, I open it up to the trustees for discussion. Trustee Bustamante Adams.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you so much for your presentation. In the last few months, we have noticed a significant change in our relationship with our funders, the state legislature. And so thank you, because I know that it's the work that you guys do to represent us, and so I'm eternally grateful. My question is on page 9 for NAS, and I appreciate the association for the superintendents. I would just say that I know that the Nevada Association of School Boards that represent the majority of us also starting their strategic planning. So making sure that we engage what their priorities are so that we're in alignment. I know, Dr. Keating, that you worked very strategically during the last session to provide a united front, and so I appreciate that. My other comment and question is on page 11. I've appreciated the bill drafts that we put forth, and in order to get them across the aisle, one of the things that I would like to see us as a body is evolve the maturity maybe of the bills that we put forth, and I know that we've talked about that. I think last year we had a lot on our plate to get ourselves organized, pick a governance model, pick a superintendent, and several other things, but I'm looking forward to a much more mature bill draft request that we could put forth as a team in order to be more strategic to get to be a destination district. And so any thoughts on that, on how we could prepare ourselves for the meatier stuff that maybe we could do together as a team?
Thank you, Brad Keating, for the record. I appreciate the comments about our relationships enhancing with all of our units, associations, our friends all over the place. None of that would be possible without the leadership of this board and the superintendent. So to all of you, thank you and kudos, because it starts at the top. As it relates to the bill drafts, I agree, and I think the superintendent would agree. We want to get meatier. We want to dive into the issues that are most important in affecting our kiddos. I will say, because I think it's important to note, 2021 was the first time in over 20 years that both BDRs from the Clark County School District were passed and approved. Very rarely do you see both bill drafts approved. So kudos in 2021 that we were able to do that. But I think it's about determining what we as a board, what you all as a board want to move forward on in the education space. But also it's incumbent on you all to tell us what is most important to you and task myself and Masir with going to get other legislators to bring those bills forward too. There are strength a lot of times in having a legislator sign on to a bill or introduce the bill themselves. So as we have these conversations moving forward, it'll be important for us to determine where we think CCSD should lead a bill and where we think we should support a legislator. They're always looking for education bills, and the better the bills are we can give them, the better success we'll have.
Trustee Cavazos. It's okay. I'm sorry. Trustee Biasotti.
Thank you, Madam President. Regarding the read by three that was mentioned on slide 9, do we still have that in place now, the read by three? We do.
Superintendent Ebert, yes, we do.
And according to the Nevada Association of School Superintendents, we're advocating for support rather than mandatory retention. So NAS wouldn't be in favor of that. Am I understanding that correctly?
Can you say that again? I'm sorry. Just
NAS is advocating against the read by three that is implemented right now, or?
NAS is looking at how it is currently implemented and would like to see some updates. It first came into play, 15 or 17. 17, the bill was then rewritten in 19, and then again rewritten just most recently in 23. So there's been a lot of iterations. And so it's making sure that everyone is normed with best practices and that we come at it of support and not punishment, right? That the children have the support they need, the teachers have the support they need, that we have high-quality educators that are the reading strategists to support our teachers. All of those components are in place.
Thank you, and I support those components being in place. I think they should be working side by side, but it is in place. Read by three still is in place after Governor Lombardo signed it. Am I correct? Okay, thank you.
Okay, now Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you so much. Just a couple of brief questions. I want to focus in on the trustees' role because we talk about that a lot and how we can be that conduit for that. Will we have basically about the same protocol as we had last session as far as meeting with legislators? And just briefly, I'm just kind of, I see Dr. Keating going, oh no. Oh, no. Because we had some of us that, we have relationships with legislators. They're reaching out to us. They want to talk to us about education bills. We, of course, do not want to ignore them. So will we have, I noticed that you had something in here about having just maybe one voice or somebody that's communicating. Does that mean that we will not be able to meet with the legislators on our own?
Christian's here for the record. I think these are all fantastic questions, and that's partly why we want to have this discussion right now. I do believe that there's some portions in governance policy that would impact direct lobbying, and also, just generally being a spokesperson for the board. And I believe you're going to look at parts of that governance policy tonight.
Yes.
So I guess I would say that, first of all, we appreciate that when folks come to Carson City, you give us a heads up. That's always the number one request. But our goal is to ensure that we're working as one team and one voice and advocating for our students because we think that's how we'll be most effective. So number one, please coordinate with us anytime you talk to an elected official, which I think most people on the dais do. I feel like we've got really good communication channels set up. And then I think we should outline some of the more specifics, that you're asking after we finalize our governance policies.
Sorry. Thank you so much, Ms. Sear. And that's exactly the point I wanted to bring up, that we're not giving opinions, personal agendas that are not aligned with what we're doing together as a board. The other comment was very brief, and that is, will we be using what was, I thought, very useful last year when you brought the updates to us with the different bills and whether the school district was aligning itself with pro, con, or neutral, so that the board at all times did have an idea of what was going on.
Thank you, Trustee Brad Keating, for the record. I think last session worked pretty well for all of us. I hope the Superintendent Ebert will approve moving forward in the same respect of, I think it's incredibly important for us to be successful in Carson City, that we have open line with you all through the superintendent so that we could receive feedback as we're going through. Knowing what's happening, you all provide amazing, invaluable information to us while we're up there. And then we will continue providing the weekly report that goes out to all the community. We will provide you all with legislative updates at every board meeting. I know we did some board briefings last session, last legislative session. So we plan to continue all of those to make sure you're informed at all times.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Trustee Esparza Stoffergan.
Thank you for the presentation. What I really appreciate, and I think we asked for this, is that we are doing this now. So thank you for the timeliness, because it's important that we start having these conversations. My question is regarding slide, I don't know what number this is, 9, the NAS priorities. So two things on that. Are those in order? Okay, so they're not in order. That's good to know, because having talked with some other board members across Nevada, I've had some relationships developed through just time. And funding is on top of mind. I mean, funding's right now top of mind for everybody. So I'm wondering, what would that look like if we would have that kind of conversation? Can you give us a precursor on that? Any thoughts?
Well, we are planning a presentation for CCSD at the February 17th Interim Education Committee meeting. And they have asked us to outline one of the largest challenges we have, we're going to try to slip into, because we always go the extra effort. But I think perhaps some of you saw the article in the Nevada Independent over the weekend saying that basically every school district in Nevada is currently cutting to prepare for lower enrollment in the 26-27 school year. And from our conversations with other superintendents in NAS, it seems that there'll be a very united voice that we need to figure out some sort of mitigation for the impacts of the decline in the birth rate. Our second one was pre-K and expanding pre-K, which is near and dear to the superintendent's heart.
Thank you, because I mean, it's an obvious elephant in the room, and it's obvious across our state, I think, where our BDR could potentially be shaped. My second question, because I just did my first one, right? Was that one, President? Okay, here's number 2. So second question is special ed, since it's one of the 3. I'm noticing at the national level that the Department of Ed is no longer, I would say, the practices have changed at the national level for dealing with the complaints, and things are being unsubstantiated, maybe to the level of not fully investigated. So what I want to say as a comment is I appreciate our superintendent tackling this really difficult discussion now and doing it with other superintendents because of some of the level of service that has shifted. So I'm just wanting to hear from you, Superintendent. What is the discussion that the other superintendents are saying about special education in regards to this particular concern, please?
Thank you. So many things, specifically at the federal level, we receive about 13% of the funding when it's required for the federal government to fund 40% of IDEA, and they have yet to ever reach that mark. I will say, too, that the governor and his team have also advocated for the increased resources for special education and the funding in that manner. making sure that we continue to provide all of the supports, the staffing, those pieces across the entire state for all of our students is top of mind. And so I'm very appreciative that, and it's not just the 16 other superintendents, but it is also the State Public Charter School Authority. We want to make sure that we all get to that next level in support for our students. I'm very proud of the work that the team has done with Dr. Welsh and Stacy, now that we have the grants and the other funding that's been made available for the dyslexia screening. Those are things that we haven't done as a district in a systemic way, and so that we continue moving forward in that manner.
Thank you. Trustee Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam President. So my question, first a comment, Dr. Keating, thank you so much for your legislative updates all of last year. I really appreciated almost the minute by minute of what was happening. So moving forward, are you having any discussion with the Nevada School Board Associations, the NASB?
Brad Keating for the record. Yes, I had a call with them today. Actually, Nicole Flangus and Tom Clark were the lobbyists for NASB. So we are working with them, and I also had a meeting earlier this afternoon with the Legislative Council Bureau to talk about the Interim Committee on Education, which starts February 17th. Ms. Sear alluded to it, and Superintendent Ebert will be presenting at that meeting. We're working to try to figure out, there are 6 total meetings that the Interim Education Committee will be meeting, the Legislative Committee. We are working on CCSD giving a presentation, all the school districts presenting. NASB will present later in the year. NAS will present later in the year. And the beauty that I think is amazing, and the foundation that's really been set over the last 16 months or so, is the collaboration together. So we're having conversations every day with these entities. Ms. Sear just had a call with 4 other school districts last week to make sure that we're aligning the messaging so that we're going to say the same thing 100 times, because you don't hear it until you hear it 100 times. So I think that is where we are right now. We're early on these discussions. We wanted to bring these NAS early priorities. They may switch, but we wanted to be transparent with you as to where we're starting to go in that organization to help frame your all's mind. But we are committed to continuing the conversations with NASB. And when NAS, for instance, creates their legislative platform, we will bring it to you and every school board in the state to approve that platform. NASB has their platform that they get approved by everybody. So the more we're talking and communicating, the more success we'll have.
Beautiful, thank you. And my second question is for from us, when do we start giving you our concerns or our thoughts on the upcoming legislature? Yes, here we are. So,
Yep,
I
Brett,
guess,
go ahead.
I'm sorry. So I know we have only 2, but there's obviously hundreds of bills that come through, and there's the one saying that I learned is like the unfunded mandate that we received. So how do you balance the 2, right? We have 2 that we put up front, but then we also, the concerns from the trustees for other BDRs that are coming through.
Brad Keating for the record. And my least favorite words are unfunded mandates, for the record. So the timeline you see in front of you is a timeline I think that will help us all be successful. So what we will do following this conversation is we will ask for individual meetings with each of you to start talking through the ideas specifically that you have to fix state legislation. There will be some ideas that you all come up with, just like I come up with, that have nothing to do with a state law. And we'll find out it's a policy or it's a practice somewhere else, or we've been doing it 100 years, and that won't be able to be fixed. So that'll help narrow our ideas from there. It's incumbent upon us, Ms. Sear and I, to make sure that through March to May that we're having the conversations and we know exactly where all of you want to go, so that we can have those conversations with NASB, with NAS, as well as legislators. So I mentioned a minute ago the Interim Education Committee that's meeting. So they start in February, they go through August 18th, I believe is their last meeting. August 18th, they get, as a legislative committee, 10 bill drafts that they could bring forward. So it's important for us to know where you're all going so that we can pass it along to where we need to go and include bills, and include ideas into their bills as well. There's also there's some organizations that have what we call omnibus bills, where we as a district a lot of times have come up with just one issue and move that forward, and it's a 2-page bill. There are other organizations, the Department of Education will present an omnibus bill, and it's 80 to 90 pages. And it tackles 8 to 10 issues, right? So we just need to figure out what the issues are and then start bucketing them to see what's germane and what can fit together. Hopefully that answers where we're going.
Thank you.
Trustee Johnson.
Yeah, are we able, I like the timeline, and then one of the things that you mentioned, Dr. Keaton, was that you have to say it 100 times in order for it to be effective, and we can be some of the best mouthpiece because there are 11 of us, so we can amplify that message times 11. Is there a way that we can add into the timeline a tactical step of like board trainings that we can get clear on the campaign message that we want to send? Because we'll have at least 4 community meetings between August and December. And that's a great opportunity for each of us to be able to amplify that message at those spaces, and then we can do it in the other places that we can. But if the messaging is just the 3 bullets, more funding, more pre-K, more math, or whatever it happens to be, like if it can be really direct, really succinct, really clear for us to then repeat over and over and over again, my hope is that we can get our policymakers to have understood it and internalized it by the time they have to vote on it. And then the second part, I know, Ramona, you mentioned this, and I appreciate this. The funding is going to be number 1, and it'll be number 1, 1A, and 1B. And because we know that this is not going to just be an us issue, I think funding will still be proportional, regardless of the number of students who are here. Superintendent Ebert says this every time she talks about funding, but she mentions where we rank nationally, and so that doesn't change just because we have fewer students. It means proportionally we spend less on each student. So I think we just need to make sure that we're able to say that part. And yes, we know we'll have fewer students, and we'll adapt accordingly. But it still doesn't make up for the fact that we're not funding the ones that we have appropriately, and we're going to make sure we have the results to align with it. So that last part was a statement. The first one was a question.
Thank you. Brad Keating, for the record, I agree with your statement wholeheartedly. The calendar, yes. I think what we can bring to you potentially, we took this through September. I think we revised the calendar that we bring to you through the first day of the legislative session right now. So we can include some of the trustee community engagement meetings. We can include in there when the election day is so that we see when that's happening. The one thing I failed to mention before that I think is important, and it'll be a conversation for you all. So by September 1, we cannot submit a bill draft unless you all approve it. So I have to sign a document that goes to the legislature saying that the board has, in a public meeting, approved these 2 items. So that happens by September 1st. We alluded to the district legislative platform. That legislative platform usually doesn't come until late fall to December time. So the reason for that is because we are building it and utilizing your ideas to build that legislative platform, but we also want you to have an idea and be able to review the legislative platform after seeing the results of the election. So you know what the legislature is going to look like. We know what we've heard from elected officials who are newly elected, and we can tailor that message to what the legislature will look like. So we will revise and provide you with an updated calendar through January 31st so that you'll have everything.
Okay, great. I have a question or two. So I'm trying to think of the best way to say this. Because these 2 bills that we'll present, they are the trustees' bills, but they are being represented by the district, which is interesting. I know that you can put a bill forward and then it may not get accepted as written, right? And so then it becomes kind of like this negotiation type situation. I know we do our legislative updates, but do we have anything in place, like a plan for when these types of things happen to ensure that the trustees are involved in, what that will look like, because, if somebody comes through and says, well, we're okay with this part, but not, you got to leave that out, before that gets moved forward, is there a plan in place where those discussions will come before the board so that we can say, well, no, we're not okay with that, or yeah, that makes sense, or whatever?
Brad Keating for the record. So for the bill drafts specifically, you all will review them a few times and have every stamp on each one of those bill drafts. As we get moving in the legislative session and things happen very, very quickly, many times it is a decision by the team working collaboratively with the board president and leadership to have you all receive a quick bill draft of the tweak of our current bill to make sure that it's approvable to move forward. The legislature works so quickly that we don't have time to come back to a public meeting and do it. So it's a great point that you bring up that should be discussed, and we should figure out as we move forward in the session, how do we want to move quickly so that we can get an answer from the board and move.
Yes, that would be great if we had that plan in place. And then also you mentioned guardrails, right? So, and I'm looking at page 5, where we're, things to think about. So on one of the items, it says training will be provided, when we're talking about ethics laws and lobbying versus, interacting. And just like Trustee Cavasso said, we definitely want to interact with our state legislature, but we want to do it the right way. So who will be providing the training? Or do we know what that looks like, or when we'll be doing that?
Kirsten Sear, for the record, NASB provides a training to board members. And then I think to Trustee Johnson's point, we are more than happy to provide continuous updates on our messaging and how it's evolving so that we're all kind of singing from the same songbook. So we're happy to do that as well. But NASB will provide that initial training on ethics.
Thank you. Trustee Esparza-Stoffergan.
It was like Mr. Keating, I don't know, sometimes you and I have the same thoughts. It scares me. It's scary for me. Okay, I don't want to be in Dr. Keating's brain. So you mentioned new legislators. Approximately, potentially, how many would be new? And then what is our outreach and capacity to start developing those relationships?
Brad Keating for the record. I can't give you a specific number. Over 30% maybe would be turnover. It's incredible if you look at the class of 2017, I believe. There were only, last session, there were only, I think, 4 or 5 of them left. So the turnover is very big at the legislature. So I think where we're at is we will look at the filing for elected officials, who's filing. We'll watch that primary race. After the primary races, we begin working with those candidates to teach them about the district, to provide them just the facts that we're putting out, all of that stuff. And then really between that election period between November and January 30th is the most important piece for us, where we're on the ground running left and right, meeting with them and making sure that they're hearing our message. Ms. Sear mentioned the training to a different question. But we have in the past, and we can work with you all. I think one of the most important things that we do at the legislative session is we provide the legislators with a map of the schools that they have and who their trustee is in that certain area, so that there could be a collaboration opportunities. So what we've done in the past is when we've had new elected officials, we've had the trustee, the superintendent, and staff together so that that collaboration can begin, because we know it's key for the municipalities, the legislative districts, and the school district and all to work together.
If I could add as well, Kirsten Sear, for the record, we've heard loud and clear from all of you that you're very interested in us building relationships with legislators. So that has been expressed multiple times, and we hear you and we see the value in it, obviously. So you'll see on the calendar here, I don't think we went into depth here, but we're planning in March through May of having some hosted community conversations and data briefings with legislators that, of course, we would invite you to as well, maybe some school tours, that sort of thing. So legislators can see some of our lower enrolled schools perhaps, or some of our shining programs. And then also something new that we're just gearing up to do is we've created a one-pager with the data for every legislator and every city council person for the schools in their districts. And so, first of all, we want them to be very aware of the schools that are in their districts. And then second of all, we want them to know how their schools are doing. And I think that's an opening for a conversation as well. If their data is looking good or not looking not so good, right? It's an opening for a conversation with them about how we want to continue progress.
All right. I don't see anybody else in the queue, so that ends the discussion period. Thank you so much for the presentation and for answering all of our questions. And now we can move on to item 2.03, instructional materials. This is not an action item. The floor is yours.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert, for the record, Dustin Mansell, Chief Academic Officer. I am joined by Elena Kreiner-Wilson, our Assistant Superintendent of the Curriculum and Instruction Division, along with Robert Jones, Director of the Curriculum and Instruction Division, and Rachel Solom, our Director of the Literacy and Language Development Department. Today, we are here to provide an informational overview of Clark County School District's Regulation 6150 instructional materials, including the review, selection, challenge, and appeal process. CCSD Regulation 6150 provides guidance on the review and selection of instructional materials, including textbooks, supplemental textbooks, and school library resources. Furthermore, it provides a process and the procedures for addressing challenges and appeals. So, for example, if a parent or guardian or staff member has a concern about instructional material being used for instruction, this regulation provides guidance on how to address such a concern. Madam President, with your permission, I will hand over the presentation to Mrs. Kreiner-Wilson, Mr. Jones, and Mrs. Solom, who will provide the overview of Regulation 6150 instructional materials.
Thank you. Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert, Elena Kreiner-Wilson for the record. To begin, we will review the definition of textbooks, taken directly from Regulation 6150. It states that, as on the slide, a textbook is any medium or manual of instruction, including without limitation, digital instructional materials containing a presentation of the principles of a subject and used as a basis of instruction. The inclusion of digital instructional materials definition in Regulation 6150 does align with Nevada Administrative Code 389.852 under electronic media as a basis for instruction. On the slide, you'll also see example covers of some of our Tier 1 instructional materials that have been centrally purchased. Currently, the Clark County School District has centrally purchased Tier 1 instructional materials or textbooks for English language arts, mathematics, science, social studies, secondary world languages, and early childhood education. So to acquire the textbooks for our district, like the one shown on the previous slide, there is an established review and selection process that's used. This is a very robust, comprehensive process that is governed by Nevada Revised Statutes and Nevada Administrative Code. The law states that textbooks adopted by the Nevada State Board of Education must be used in all public schools. No other books may be used as basic textbooks, per NRS 389.880. As a district, our primary goal is to ensure we remain in full compliance with these laws while selecting the highest quality instructional materials for our students. So what does the process look like? The process for textbook adoption does begin at the state level, starting with the Nevada Department of Education and the Nevada State Board of Education. The Nevada Department of Education, per Nevada Administrative Code 389.864, they set the schedule for the adoption and initiates the process by collecting instructional materials through an RFP. They convene a statewide content area review team with representation from all of the Nevada districts to facilitate a review using their established instructional materials evaluation rubric. The rubrics looks at standards alignment, representation, and contributions of diverse groups and overall accuracy. Next, under NRS 389.850, the State Board of Education makes the final selection. By law, they must ensure that textbooks are selected that align to the adopted Nevada academic content standards and textbooks for literature, history, or social sciences accurately portray the cultural and racial diversity of our society, including the contributions of men and women from various racial and ethnic backgrounds. By law, the State Board of Education must also ensure that the instructional materials accurately portray the history and contributions to science, the arts, and humanities of the groups of persons described in NRS 389.061. So once the State Board of Education votes to approve and adopt a textbook, the Nevada Department of Education then adds these materials to the state-approved instructional materials list. Adopted textbooks are typically approved for 7 years, and that is the industry standard. So what happens next? Then the Clark County School District comes into play. So once that approved list is provided, the Clark County School District begins to a deep dive into the review and selection process for specific instructional materials that best fit our students in alignment with state and district criteria and expectations. So the Clark County School District Purchasing Department works with the Curriculum and Instruction Division staff to communicate about the recent instructional materials adoption. We talk about technological requirements and an evaluation timeline for instructional materials to develop a request for proposal. The Curriculum and Instruction Division and the Purchasing Department work collaboratively to develop that RFP, and the Purchasing Department contacts and communicates with the vendors on the NDE approved list via the RFP to collect a sampling of the materials for the task force review and committee. So then we get to the committee. The review and selection process is driven by our educators. The Curriculum and Instruction Division staff develops an interest form for administrators, teachers, community members, parents, guardians, higher education faculty, and students to serve on the Instructional Materials Review and Selection Committee. Interest forms for parents and guardians, volunteers, community members are sent through the Parent Link message communication platform. Community members can serve anywhere from 40 to 60 hours on the committee, engaging in that deep dive, as I was talking about earlier, criterion-based, evidence-based collection to review the adopted instructional materials. So in terms of the committee makeup, we do leverage guidance from the Nevada Administrative Code, which is 389.854, and that defines that the review committee must consist of the following: a teacher or teachers who are licensed to teach in the subject area or level of the intended recommendation, an administrator or a specialist in curriculum who's employed by the school district, a parent of a pupil who's enrolled in the school district, and any other member or members that the superintendent deems necessary to serve on the committee. So you may be wondering, where does community and parent voice also come into this process? Within the process, we do value that transparency and community input. And so in accordance with Nevada Administrative Code 389.860, we provide parents, guardians, and community members, including students when appropriate, the opportunity to review the materials and submit written comment, and that is the law. This feedback is a vital part of the Instructional Materials Review and Selection Committee's consideration. So the Curriculum and Instruction Department that's facilitating the review and selection process then partners with our Safe and Respectful Learning Environments Department, Sir Leo, as you might have heard them being called, to explicitly design an instructional materials evaluation tool that's based on nationally recognized best practices, subject matter expertise, and promoting equity and access for all students. Next, the committee reviews the State Board of Education adopted materials using the criteria-based rubrics with integrity because, of course, as we all know, our students and educators deserve rigorous, high-quality, standards-based instructional materials. In this process, it's very important that you know that the CID staff facilitates the process, but they are not voting members in this decision. It is truly from the committee. So the committee, composed of our educators, parents, and community members, make the final recommendation for the selected materials. In terms of implementation, once the materials are selected, these resources are integrated into our instructional frameworks, they're part of our purchasing system, and teachers are supported with curriculum-based professional learning for implementation. After the selection, the physical textbooks that were selected through the process do remain available for viewing in the Curriculum and Professional Development Center library. So in summary, bless you, of this very comprehensive, robust process, the NRS, Nevada Revised Statute, provides several key requirements, and the Nevada Administrative Code defines key steps that all Nevada districts are required to follow. The process is controlled by NRS and NAC and seeks input from multiple stakeholders across multiple levels. Throughout all of these steps, the core purpose remains focused on providing our students and teachers with the highest quality instructional materials available.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert, Robert Jones for the record. In addition to the use of a textbook as defined by Mrs. Kreiner-Wilson, teachers may utilize supplemental textbooks or supplemental instructional materials to support teaching and learning. Supplemental textbooks are defined in Nevada Administrative Code 389.872 and in Regulation 6150 as any medium or material, including without limitation digital instructional material used to reinforce or extend a basic program of instruction. Examples of supplemental materials include articles, movies, books, websites, and musical scores that are used in our performing arts programs. These supplemental textbooks or instructional materials support teaching and learning and are used in addition to the core textbook. In alignment with Nevada Administrative Code 389.878, each school will have a documented process to ensure supplemental textbooks are aligned within or with the standards and accurately portray and include contributions made to our society by persons from diverse backgrounds. On slide 6, you'll see an example or a sample supplemental textbook material approval checklist form. This sample form could be used by school teams when reviewing and selecting supplemental textbooks. Typically, this process occurs when a team of teachers identify a need for additional materials to support teaching and learning, which may occur during an elementary school grade level meeting or even at a secondary school department professional learning community. Each Clark County School District school reviews their supplemental textbook selection process annually and submits it to library services through the Google form that's provided in the CCSD wire. For example, the sample form and process that I just reviewed on slide 6 would be updated annually and submitted to library services. On slide 8, you will see a sample picture of the English Language Arts Instructional Resource Framework. This resource is available on the Clark County School District website. The Instructional Resource Framework lists the Tier 1 instructional materials, including textbooks, and supplemental instructional materials that have already been approved through a central review and selection process. The instructional resource frameworks are available for each content area, each core content area, including English Language Arts, mathematics, science, and social studies. If a school would like to purchase supplemental materials that are not included in the instructional resource framework, an approved CCF 386 must accompany the purchasing order. The CCF 386 is used to provide a rationale for the need to purchase the supplemental instructional material aligned with the review and selection process outlined in Regulation 6150. After the review and selection process by the school team, the CCF 386 is completed and signed by the school principal, sent for review and signature by the school supervisor and academic unit representative. Then it's attached to the shopping cart before purchases are processed. The Nevada Administrative Code 389.880 states that each school district shall include in its written procedures for the selection of supplemental textbooks and the resources to be used in media centers a procedure for reviewing and reconsidering the selection of materials that are challenged. In alignment with Nevada Administrative Code and CCSD Regulation 6150 outlines the process if a member of the public or staff member has a concern about instructional material being used for instruction. When a concern is brought forward to the school principal should provide a CCF 400, which is called a Request for Review of Supplemental Textbooks, School Library Resources, or Procedures form to the individual bringing forward the concern. The form is first completed by the individual and provided to the school principal or designee. A challenge to a supplemental textbook is initiated when a completed CCF 400 is received by the school principal or designee. Upon receipt of the completed CCF 400, the principal or designee will contact Library Services. To support the school with their reviews, Library Services will gather copies of the challenge supplemental textbook to supply to the school-based Library and Media Center Committee, and also provide professional reviews of the supplemental textbook in question. The principal or designee provides a copy of the supplemental textbook to members of the committee, and they read it in its entirety. The school-based Library and Media Center Committee meets and serves in a capacity for reviews of challenge supplemental textbooks. It is at the discretion of the principal or designee to include a teacher from the school with content area knowledge aligned to the challenge material for input as needed. Suitability of the material is determined through examination, checking of available reviews, and consultation. Opinions should be based on the material as a whole without judging passages out of context. The school-based Library Media Center Committee is appointed by the principal and includes a certified teacher librarian, 3 classroom teachers, and 2 parents or guardians, and the principal or designee. For supplemental textbooks, the School Library and Media Center Committee may A, allow the use of supplemental textbooks with students for instruction, or B, deny the use of supplemental textbooks with students for instruction. The principal will notify the initiator via written communication of the decision made by the School-Based Library Media Center Committee. If the initiator would like to appeal the School-Based Library Media Center Committee's decision, it is the responsibility of the initiator to contact the Assistant Superintendent of the Curriculum and Instruction Division. At that point, the Assistant Superintendent of the Curriculum and Instruction Division would convene a central content area committee to review the supplemental textbook. The central content area committee includes CCSD content area representation, school-based administrators, teachers, and parents or guardians. During the review process, the Central Area Committee may A, allow the use of supplemental textbooks with students for instruction and the decision is final, or B, deny the use of supplemental textbooks with students for instruction and the decision is final. After a decision is made by the Central Content Area Committee, the Assistant Superintendent of the Curriculum and Instruction Division will then inform the individual who initiated the appeal and the school principal of the decision. It's important to note that the decision is only for the school, the grade level, or content department in which that challenge was initiated.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert, Rachel Solom for the record. Tonight you heard the process for reviewing and selecting core textbooks from Mrs. Kreiner-Wilson and supplemental textbooks from Mr. Jones. I will now provide an overview of the process for the selection of school library resources. School library resources include any medium or material in a media center, including, without limitation, print and digital materials available in the collection of school library media center resources. In accordance with CCSD Regulation 6150 instructional materials, the Library Media Center in each school shall have a written policy for the selection of school library resources. The principal, in consultation with the teacher librarian and the school-based Library Media Center Committee, is responsible for the selection of library materials within each school. As shared earlier in the presentation, the school-based Library Media Center Committee is appointed by the principal and includes the teacher librarian, 3 classroom teachers, and 2 parents or guardians, and the principal or designee. School library resources selected for use in schools will present different points of view at all levels of difficulty, accurately portray contributions made to our society by persons from diverse backgrounds, be culturally and historically responsive and reflective of individual student needs, linguistic backgrounds, interests, socioeconomics, maturity, and academic level, as well as encourage growth in literary knowledge, aesthetic appreciation, and ethical standards. Requests from parents or guardians, students, and the professional staff are also considered. Since September of 2025, all CCSD library catalogs are now searchable through view-only access to all community members by going to their school's website. The average school collection has anywhere from 10,000 to 14,000 books in their collection, including both physical and ebooks. The Community Share program, which provided access to participating schools who selected ebooks that were held in the Las Vegas Clark County Library District collection, ended in December of 2025 due to the vendor no longer offering the program. However, CCSD continues to work with our library districts through programs such as summer reading. The Nevada Administrative Code 389.880 states, each school district shall include in its written procedures for the selection of supplemental textbooks and the resources to be used in media centers a procedure for reviewing and reconsidering the selection of materials that are challenged. In alignment with the Nevada Administrative Code, CCSD Regulation 6150 outlines the process if a member of the public or staff member has a concern about instructional material being used for instruction. When a concern is brought forward to the school principal should provide a CCF 400 request for review of supplemental textbooks, school library resources, or procedure form to the individual bringing forward the concern. The form is first completed by the individual and provided to the school principal or designee. A challenge to a library resource is initiated when a completed CCF 400 is received by the school principal or designee. Upon receipt of the completed CCF 400, the principal or designee will contact library services. To support the school with their review, library services will gather copies of the challenged library resource to supply to the school-based Library Media Center Committee, and also provide professional reviews of the library resource in question. The principal or designee provides a copy of the library resource to members of the committee, and they read it in its entirety. The school-based Library Media Center Committee meets and serves in a capacity for reviews of challenged library resources. It is at the discretion of the principal or designee to include a teacher from the school with content area knowledge aligned to the challenged library resource for input as needed. Suitability of the material is determined through examination, checking of available reviews, and consultation. Opinion should be based on the material as a whole without judging passages out of context. The school-based Library Media Center Committee is appointed by the principal and includes certified teacher librarian, 3 classroom teachers, and 2 parents or guardians, and the principal or designee. For library resources, the school-based Library Media Center Committee may choose to leave the school library resource in the library on open shelving, leave the school library resource in the library to be circulated only to students with written parent or guardian permission, or remove the school library resource from the library. If the committee decides to remove the library resource from the library, a central Library Media Center Committee will conduct a final review. This is in place at the request of school principals, as removing a resource for all students at a school is a big decision. The principal will notify the initiator via written communication of the decision made by the school-based Library Media Center Committee. We often receive questions about how long this process may take and the length of the book, the time it takes to pull together copies for the team, as we may need to share the book, order extra copies, or borrow them from the public library, and the depth of the content influences the timeline for this process. If the initiator is not satisfied with the decision of the committee, they may appeal to the Assistant Superintendent of the Curriculum and Instruction Division. A Central Library Media Center Committee, which includes teacher librarian representation, school administrators, teachers, and parents or guardians, will then review the school library resource. The Central Library Media Center Committee will then make the final decision to either leave the school library resource in the library on open shelving, leave the school library resource in the library to be circulated only to students with written parent or guardian permission, or remove the school library resource from the library. Thank you for this opportunity to provide an informational overview of Clark County School District's Regulation 6150 instructional materials, including the review, selection, challenge, and appeal process. At this time, we will pause and take any questions from the board.
Thank you. Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you, let's see if I can get everybody straight here. Dr. Mansell, Ms. Kreiner-Wilson, Mr. Jones, and Ms. Solom. Did I get that correct? Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. We had a lot of communications from the community, from our educators and parents on this item. So I have a lot of questions, but in consideration of what our president said, I'll just start with 2. So the first question, I don't mean this to be facetious, but, and Dr. Mansell, help me out, please, if I get the dates wrong on this, but I believe the last significant revisions that we made to this were December of 2024, if I'm correct. And then we did, I believe, kind of like a cleanup, like a wordsmithing thing in the fall of '25. I don't have the exact date on that. Something like that.
Trustee Cavazos, thank you so much for the question. Yeah, the last revision that we did to this policy was December 12th, 2024.
Okay. And then the other one was just kind of like cleanup, like I think we did some like wordsmithing, I think.
That was an original plan that never came to the board in 2025.
Okay, thank you. So I guess what I'm wondering here, what I'm being asked by a lot of people here is, what, is there something that in our present policy as presented today, is there something that, what is the purpose of this? And we appreciate your presentation. It was very thorough, love the slides and everything. But why are we bringing, is there something that's not working and that we're bringing this back again? Because I can't figure out like who requested it or why it's here. And, I want to try to get some kind of answer for that.
Thank you, Trustee Cavazos. And so actually this was, I think, one of my interview questions that I was asked about. So since that time, there continues to be a lot of discussion and people not being clear about our policy that is in place and our procedures and the opportunities. And so one of the things that this team did, they did a phenomenal job tonight, team, thank you, citing all of the NRS, specifically the NAC, where it comes from. It's not Dustin Dr. Mansell sitting in a room by himself, inventing anything. And so the transparency component, to be very clear about what is in law, what is our own regulation, and two, some of the documents that you saw here tonight are not in 6150, right? They're referenced in 6150, but you don't see the CCF 400. So we wanted to bring all of that to light so that everyone can see the processes that we follow. I would also add to this, which the team was very good at, getting the materials, because there was a lot of noise around, what materials are in our schools. Everyone now can see all the materials that were in our schools, and I'm very thankful. I know some people flagged some materials and saying, but look, you just, made this all transparent, but which is now not confusing anymore because some of those materials were actually not in our schools, but they were in the public libraries. And so now that phase has moved off, so you can see exactly what is in all of our schools and what is not. People were saying things were there, and they're not. So I'm very proud of this team, the work that they've done, the transparency that they've provided, and that's what we wanted to make sure that everyone, the trustees, all of you, and the public as well, as what we have in place, what our procedures are, and how we're moving forward.
Thank you so much, Superintendent. And I do appreciate your candor and your transparency. Let's just use that transparency. That was why that you put this on the agenda. So my follow-up question to that would be, I want to address what you just stated, and it's a very prevalent question that's asked all the time. Is not clear. The community not being clear about the processes. Is there anything in what you presented today that is basically like a number one, like the thing right between our eyes that's causing us a problem? In other words, a part of the process that's not functioning well right now. Is there anything in this process?
Trustee Cavazos, I'll start and the team can jump in too. I think the number one thing we can share with our community is just that if there are ever concerns, start with the school principal. Take the concern to the school principal so the principal can, one, have a conversation with the parent, guardian, student, community member to really just hear what that concern is. And if it is a valid concern aligned with the instructional material or a school library resource, that school principal has this process, as Ms. Hullum has mentioned. They provide the professional learning to principals annually, and they are available to support principals through this process at any time. That way they can provide that CCF 400 to that parent to fill out, or even be able to answer any questions that they may have. But really working alongside our community starts with that community member meeting with the school principal.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mansell. And yes, we do appreciate your hard work and your presentation. President, I will defer my other questions until later on, so everybody has a chance to talk.
Thank you, Trustee Cavazos. Trustee Esparza Stafford.
Thank you for the presentation. So I kind of want to say, I'm going to steal a question from the last presentation that was on a slide, and it said, what is the problem that we're trying to solve? And I don't think there's a problem because this process is in place and it's working. So this is not the question I'm asking, so that's not one. The question I'm asking is, parents still have the choice on what their students can or cannot select from a library. That's my understanding as a parent and a godparent and an auntie. So parents can have that autonomy. So here's my real question. Number one, how many appeals have we had submitted? How many have been submitted for the supplementary materials that they want to appeal?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Esparza again. Before I hand that over to the team to share about the process, but I want to agree with you. Yes, a parent does not have to challenge a textbook, supplemental instructional material, or library resource at any time. They can literally just say, I do not want my child to read that book or be able to check it out. And the teacher librarian makes note of that reference and ensures that the child does not check that book out through the library checkout process. And now I'll hand it over to the team to talk about the appeal process.
Thank you. So we encourage all of our schools, as soon as they get a CCF 400, to reach out to library services so we can support them in getting the materials that they need for review and walking them through the process. And so we have documentation of the last few years of the schools that have reached out to us, letting us know that they have had a challenge. So in the 2022-2023 school year, we had 5 challenges to materials. The 2023-2024 school year, we had 8. Last year, in the 2024-2025 school year, no schools reached out to us regarding any challenges. And then currently for this school year, we have 1 challenge in progress.
I mean, that's a small number. That's incredible. Like I'm saying, let's look at the data. It's actually working. So thank you for the clarity. Parents have choice, and there is a communication pathway that, thank you, Dr. Mansell, for principals are really the first point of contact. My second question is, let's say a parent says, hey, you know, I have concerns about the textbook. What is our way of providing an alternative assignment or communicating with the parent that something else could be provided? Because I believe that's also a way, if it's communicated, that's possible. Can you help that as well?
Yes, thank you for the question, Trustee. You're absolutely right. That communication is key with the school. If a parent has a concern, they can absolutely express that to the teacher or to the principal. And our teacher's responsibility is to really teach the Nevada academic content standards. So if there's a concern with a lesson or a material, it doesn't necessarily have to be a challenge. The student can receive an alternative assignment and still get that instruction on the standards.
Trustee Biasotti.
Thank you, Madam President. I thank you for clarifying this process. It's really important that we know exactly how this works. And I want to thank the superintendent for bringing this presentation forward and giving it the importance it deserves. A lot of times parents feel that their concerns are disregarded and they're just looked down on when they have a concern. And unfortunately, they've resorted to just leaving the district altogether because they don't feel that they have a voice when it comes to these materials that they don't agree with. I have a question. Is a book challenge form CCF 400 available on our district website? Can they access it through there?
Thank you for the question, Rachel Solom, for the record. While it's available on the CCSD graphics website for schools, I do not believe that it is available on our school district website, and that is, again, because we are encouraging them to go to the school first and have that conversation with the administrator, as Dr. Mansell stated previously.
And you did state, so they can challenge a book in person at any given time at the school. You also did, well, actually, I wanted to share an experience I had. A parent recently had a book challenged at one of the schools with the principal. The book involved was genderqueer, which is now widely documented as containing explicit sexual content. And while our policies indicate that such decisions should be made by a balanced committee, the decisions are ultimately left to administrators who work closely with librarians, and outcomes may unintentionally favor staff perspectives. As a result, parents often feel that they weren't adequately represented or their concerns addressed. I respectfully recommend that we consider adopting a standalone policy specific to book challenges and removals that would ensure a consistent...
Point of order, I'm not sure if this is actually germane to the conversation. Madam President?
This is very relevant to the book challenge.
It's on topic. Can you explain why you're calling point of order?
Well, we're discussing our policy, the school district's policy, and we're not actually discussing, adopting any clarifying policy or anything else. We're talking about the policies that are being presented in front of us.
This is a discussion.
Not an individual book or even an individual trustees, with all respect, what an individual's trustees' proposed policy change.
I'll refer to council.
Good evening, trustees. President, thanks for allowing me to address Trustee Barone's comment or point of contention, I guess, at this point. I believe that the question or the comments were on point. While the question is being asked or the statement is being made to, I think, perhaps prompt more concern or more questions about it, hopefully a response from the group, from the team, I guess we'll call them the team. This is something in terms of what the response is. It could follow up in another board meeting later, but there's no action that will be taken today. We know that. Right. And so I don't believe that Trustee Biasotti is asking for the board to take action today. I think the comments are more to engage the team and see what response we get from the team on this point. I understand and respect Trustee Barone's point of concern. If this was a request for an action item to be taken, then I would agree. But no action is being taken, no action from this board will be taken today on Trustee Biasotti's comments. That I can assure you.
Yeah.
Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Parker. Trustee Biasotti, you can continue.
Thank you. And so, as I was saying, I respectfully recommend that we consider adopting a standalone policy in the future specific to book challenges and removals that would ensure a consistent, transparent, and balanced process district-wide. And this is why I feel it deserves that type of specificity. Books can be powerful tools for learning and growth. However, they can also introduce content that conflicts with family values or is developmentally inappropriate. Some materials present negative portrayals of, for example, this is a book, law enforcement. And it's called The Hate You Give, and it emphasizes racial division in ways that can create tension within our school environments. So our goals should be to foster unity, not division, among our students. Additionally, the presence of other sexually explicit content raises serious concerns. So the idea that all books are for everyone is really concerning and not appropriate in an educational setting. And this is one of the drivers that has led parents to seek for alternative school options. And we already have an issue that we're addressing with the decline in enrollment. So we do have to address parental concerns and make sure that they're being heard and understood. So that is all I have for right now, and thank you.
Thank you. Do you guys have a response? I know it was a statement more than it was a question, so I just wanted to give you an opportunity if you wanted to.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Madam President. Trustee Biassades, thank you so much for the conversation. I appreciate that open, honest, professional dialogue. What I think is important to remember is we have a process in place that has worked in the past. So I understand that some parents may be concerned with the outcome of a challenge that occurred at a school level. But there's that appeal, that one step further if they're not happy. What I just want to share with our community who's listening today is that if the initiator is not satisfied with the outcome of the review process at the school level, they can always initiate an appeal that would then go to the assistant superintendent of the curriculum and instruction division. I have asked the team also to kind of look back to see how many times those appeals come forward, and I'm going to hand it over. That way we can also see where that lands as an appeal process, okay?
Thank you, Dr. Mansell. Robert Jones for the record. So yes, we did look back at what the last time a decision made by a school committee that was appealed to Central, and where a Central committee was convened to then make a decision. And we found that it was February of 2017. A Central committee was convened to review an appeal on a school library book that was brought to them at that time. So that was the last time.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. So again, I just want to emphasize that there is a process in place within our current policy or regulation, and I just encourage parents not to get disappointed and leave the district because they didn't get maybe an answer that they wanted for the first process, but to take it up to the next level, which is the appeal at the central level.
Thank you. Trustee Barone.
Yes, thank you. This was a fantastic presentation. I only have three questions. I'm gonna try to see if I can get it down to two. A couple of trustees actually asked the question that I was asking, as in how many times have we had these appeals, which is pretty rare considering how many students we have and how much material. So I'm pretty happy to hear that. I do have a question. Do we have a clearinghouse provided by CCSD regarding all the materials, including all the library materials? Now, I realize that's a pretty big ask. I don't know if we have a clearinghouse where you can just go and click on this and we get a whole list of all our materials that we have. And then all our library books, because again, I've heard of claims that certain library books are being used in our school district, and I've gone to try to find them myself, and I can't find them, right? So does that clearinghouse for all of our materials exist? And I imagine you probably could compile it, although it might be kind of voluminous and it might be kind of difficult and things, it would have to be updated. And I realize it's a big deal, but does that database exist? And is it accessible to the public?
Thank you, Trustee Barone, for the two questions. The clearinghouse does exist, but in the form of two ways. So first, we have the SAFE list, which has supplemental materials on there, but it also has our Tier 1 instructional materials. That SAFE list really helps to ensure that any data that's being shared where students are working on an application has gone through a very consistent screening process. And then we have our instructional resource framework, which is public, and so is the SAFE list. They're both public on our school district website. Our instructional resource framework highlights everything you've heard minus the school library resources. So we have all of our basic textbooks, which are Tier 1 instructional materials, our supplemental, Tier 2, intervention materials, and even Tier 3 that's accessible to the public.
How about the library books?
Thank you for the question. The library books are by each school's individual website.
Okay, so to answer that question, we don't have an all-inclusive website that includes all of our library textbooks. And I realize that's a huge ask. We're talking about a lot of books, right? I get it. I didn't know if in this time of the digital that digital access, if someone could compile that. Although I know it could not be me. I'm sure there are much smarter people than I am that could probably do that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate everybody's conversation in this. And one of the things I wanted to clarify for my colleagues maybe is why we're here because a lot of parents didn't have access to view what's in the libraries. And so I appreciate Superintendent Ebert's effort to have open shelving to make sure that everyone does have access to see what is in the libraries. one of the first questions I have is, how can parents review or differentiate between which book is a supplemental and utilized in the classroom as instruction material? Where can we find that?
Thank you, Trustee Dominguez, for the question. The instructional resource frameworks that I was referring to earlier has that delineation. If we go to, I think it's one of the slides here, I can kind of show you right here. So this is an example of an ELA or instructional resource framework. It's very small, but you could see where it says like Tier 1 instruction and then supplemental resources and then Tier 2. So that breakdown is publicly visible on our district website.
So from my understanding, this is a rubric. Where can we see the list, or is it the links here?
This is the links to the instructional materials, the list.
Okay, got it. And when I'll just do a really quick story. From my own experience as a parent, when I disagreed with a book that was being taught in the classroom, my son was not given additional material. He was sent to the principal's office. And so every time he had that class, he had to go sit in the principal's office as almost a form of punishment. So, you know, this is not being utilized across all campuses, and I really would encourage that we really look at what we're doing to provide that different material. And I understand some, you know, teachers do different things in their classrooms, but that's what happened to my son. And so it was a really big driver in me running for office. The second question I have is, okay, so is there, this is very technical, but I see the challenge application. Is there like a material that kind of shows the process for parents that's very centralized, kind of like a cover sheet of how the process goes?
Trustee Dominguez, thank you for the question. So the CCF 400, the request for review form, on the back side of that form, it has all of the directions step by step on how to utilize that form for a challenge.
Perfect. And does it include, if the challenge is denied, what is the next step?
Yes, Robert Jones, for the record, yes, it does include the dispositions that can be, the decisions that can be made from the school level, and then also the appeal process on there too.
Thank you. And I appreciate, I did ask that third question, I'm so sorry. And I would support Trustee Biassotti's, you know, thought process for a more centralized policy for all of our schools, so we're kind of all on the same basis with all of our district, all of our schools, so that we don't have some books that are not available here and some books that are not available there. So I would support a policy in that direction. Thank you.
Trustee Cavazos, if you don't mind, I'd like to give Trustee Johnson an opportunity. Go ahead, Trustee Johnson.
This is really helpful. I guess I'll get straight to it. Well, I guess before that, I do want to opine quickly. Man, it feels like this is like the best reading club in the planet. The number of eyes they get to see the materials before and during the process. That's a lot of people who are reviewing materials. So I know that they must enjoy that. But I do think it actually would be helpful if there was some way to visualize this. I had to write this down, like the very first slide you used, where it went from NDE to the school, to State Board of Ed, to Clark County, and then actually under that, there's still a lot of branches that happen. And if you have that written or visualized some other place, that would be helpful for people to kind of follow along with the process, because there are lots of if-thens. And so just for me, as I was listening, I was trying to make sure I understood what every step would entail. And the process is very thorough and detailed, and so I know it sounds like it works very well. And if we could visualize that for people, I think it might eliminate some of the confusion about where and how to do things. And then the other part that I was going to ask about, I just think, is if we could more clearly, more plainly, and you said it to us very plainly and very clearly, and I think Trustee Esparza-Strofigan named it also, just be able to highlight the autonomy that parents have and the agency that they have in their children's learning experience. I certainly hope that each one of our parents are as engaged as what I heard Trustee Dominguez and Trustee Biassotti are with their children, and they're really reviewing what their children are coming home with and what they're seeing every day. And I hope that's every child's experience. And if it's not, I want to make sure that we're saying very clearly, as a parent, you're our partner in your child's learning experience, and you actually are the driver of what they're going to experience. Teachers are going to kind of guide it, and teachers are going to facilitate their learning, and we're doing this in partnership with you, and so we have to make sure that your voice is heard here. So however we can put that at like the top banner, so parents don't believe that, again, the four of you are kind of acting like minions and controlling everything. Instead, they know this is a partnership, and parents are the agents of change with this, and we want to be partners with you. And you can only parent your own child, so you can't have it for everybody's child. Like, the rules are set for everybody, and then this is how you opt your own child out because you drive their learning experience. So that was a statement, not a question. I only had one question. And actually, the first thing was just a suggestion, not even a question, just a visualization. It will be very helpful for people like me who are trying to follow along with that very detailed processes.
Okay, we have a few more folks in the queue, but I actually have a question. It's just for clarification as I'm trying to, it's an interesting process. Like, so I want to understand and you actually mentioned this, but I couldn't write it fast enough. So the Library Media Center Committee, every school has one, okay? And the principal appoints the people on that committee. Is that correct? Did I hear that properly? Okay, and it's made up of, you told me who it was made up of, but I couldn't write it fast enough. So just trying to get that clarification so I understand.
Thank you, Madam President. Dustin Mansell for the record. So the Library Media Center Committee includes the teacher librarian, 3 teachers, 2 parents or guardians, and then the principal or designee. And that designee may even be the assistant principal on that committee.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President. One is a statement and one is a question. So I was looking at the different forms here, and you mentioned that when a teacher identifies a need for supplemental materials, I think it was it Ms. Solom that was going to that area, not to put anybody in the spot, but what's the most common reason that do you have like a commonality for the teachers requesting the supplemental materials? I know that would vary by grade level.
Trustee Cavazos, thank you. I'm sorry, and Rachel, please jump in too. This is my passion, teaching.
Okay,
right?
All right. Go for it, Dr. Mansell.
So, as a teacher, there may be times, the number one thing that I always ask teachers to do is use those teacher moves. And the teacher moves are things that we can't give them in our pacing guides, our look for tools, our teacher clarity guides. It is understanding the student, knowing their gaps, knowing their needs, if they're achieving above grade level. So there are times when we have the core curriculum in front of us and we're teaching the standard, but our teachers know best whether or not the student has already mastered that content, so why waste the child's time? Let's move on. They might know if they need some scaffolds around language acquisition. Perhaps there are accommodations and modifications that are addressed within the student's IEP, Individualized Education Program, that the student needs to adapt within their instruction. So it's those teacher moves as they're planning for instruction. And at that moment, they may realize, you know what, I may need to add something in addition to the core textbook that is offered to support my child with mastering the standards. So that is typically the number one place where we see our teachers identifying a supplemental resource. And as Mrs. Solom had mentioned, it can take place during a PLC, professional learning communities, within a grade level team. You may see it within a department team. You may see it within some singleton courses when a secondary teacher who is the only one teaching that course, they may say, you know what, I have a small group of students who may need some additional support, and I need an additional resource to help them.
Dr. Mansell, you don't know this, but I just love that answer, and you have given me the perfect segue for my second very limited just statement, and that's that the teachers are professionally trained teachers, are professionally trained librarians who are also, I don't know if every single librarian in our district is also a media specialist, but they are professionals, and we have to trust them as part of this process. And you just stated it so eloquently and so articulately, and I thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Barone.
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, I wanted, if you could clarify, I guess, two questions again. Number one would be, how do parents, if they want to know about these, where they can find them? Maybe, I haven't tried out too much our newest version of our website. By the way, shameless plug there. We have a new website. Please try it out and give the feedback to our wonderful superintendent. I'm sure she's just waiting there with her notes to take them. Okay, but and on a serious note though, where can parents find that, right? And then to our two trustees, including our clerk, as they pointed out, number one, I'm really happy to hear that. Of course, our parents, they are the ultimate decider of what information gets out to their children. They can opt out. I really appreciate that. But number two, can you clarify our other district's policy? Although I think I've already lived it a few times, having to come up with alternative assignments for students for a whole range of things. Could you please discuss a little bit about the policy whenever you have a parent who decides they want to opt their children out of some of our curriculum, of something? What is our district policy? Because, of course, no one wants to have children that just sitting up, in the side of the classroom doing nothing. You just can't just give them their iPad and tell them, teach yourself. What is our official teaching policy for for that instructional content, the alternative instructional content?
Thank you, Trustee Barone. So to your first question, where are the Tier 1 instructional materials? As you said, on the CCSD website. Another place that's really good is to, as we've been saying, kind of a theme of this conversation is start with the school. The school has the Tier 1 instructional materials as well to be able to view the materials, see the materials, but community members, parents, students can also come to visit us down the street at the CPD Center Library, and we have all of the physical materials available there. To your second question about the district policy, best practice is to have an alternative assignment available for students who may whose parents or guardians may opt them out of that lesson or that curriculum. Sometimes we do see that on a Canvas course where it's a couple asynchronous opportunities for students. Sometimes we may see that in an additional activity or project. Even in our Tier 1 instructional materials, for example, with social studies, there are 2 sets of instructional materials that were selected by the committee. And so there are different lessons for the same standards to be able to be taught. It's just dependent upon what the teacher would like to do based on the needs of their students. So there's a few different ways that this can be approached, but best practice is to be able to have that alternative assignment upon request by the parent or guardian.
And Trustee Johnson.
All right, just real quick. I was thinking about this. I think it might actually be an opportunity to, we might have a great opportunity to engage more conversation. I remember when I was a school leader, we would often proactively communicate when we knew that there were going to be, so at the start of the year, our 8th grade ELA teacher would communicate. So for example, we read 1,000 Splendid Suns. And that's a really heavy book for an 8th grader. And so we would share at the beginning of the year, this is what the book is, and how it's about, And we would invite parents to come in to learn, why are you going to read this book? What are the topics? What are you going to get? What will our student get out of it? And it led to a lot of positive dialogue between parent and student. Between parent, student, and then parent and teacher. And so it was just a really great opportunity for everybody to be engaged in what the material is and was and what we're trying to get from it. And it also helps us, I think, take care of some of the stuff on the front end around, what are they reading? And then parents feel like they're not being told. But instead, we were inviting you in from the start, and we want to make sure that you're a part of this. So I think we can just think of this as like an opportunity to invite more of our families into our classrooms and be a part of it. Especially if we know that there may be material in 8th grade or high school that families have traditionally seen as, or some might see as controversial, right from the start. And we'll have a bank of, to Trustee Barone's point, we'll have a bank of alternative assignments already, because we'll know, okay, every year when we read 1,000 Splendid Suns, 1% of students will opt out. They'll read another book that covers the same themes, and then everybody's still getting the learning materials. And we've also invited families in and trying to do what we want, which is a destination district and a community district. So you didn't ask for my opinion, so I thank you for nodding nicely as I gave it.
And Trustee Biasotti to close us out.
Thank you, Madam President. And To Trustee Johnson's points, there should be alternatives when parents have concerns. And one of the main concerns is that they won't have an option to keep certain material away from their kids. Once they're exposed to it, it's done. It's you can't unsee certain things. And this is one of the main issues with the library books is that there's been, if there's a request to remove a book and then a second and a third, there are still kids that are walking through these shelves and seeing the books and that parents don't agree with, and they stay there. So I would like to revisit that idea or that request to have that policy specific to book challenges where we can have a certain number of challenges. Once we accumulate a certain number of challenges, then that book needs to be looked at differently and not just disregarded as, another denial. So just wanted to add that in there. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time. This has been great.
I thought that was going to close us out, but we've got the fabulous Tamika Henry here who's going to close us out this time.
I know, it's just a few words. I just wanted to say thank you so much for the presentation. And we know that our proficiency rates in our schools with our children could use, all the support that it can get, right? And we don't want to limit access to material to children, because what one family doesn't want for their children, another family may. And that's important. So I just wanted to close out and say that Nevada Reading Week is the first month of March. Take that opportunity to get into our schools and read to our students. That access is important. Access to the material is important for our students. So thank you all.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to follow up on those remarks. I agree that we should have books available to all kids and access, but we should also maintain a gold standard when it comes to the types of material that we're allowing our children to access. So thank you.
And that closes out our discussion on the item, on item 2.03. Now, we're going to do something, it's not necessarily different because we've done this before. We're going to take a very quick break. And the reason why is because the next section, if you haven't looked at it, has 12 attachments because we are going to go through 12 governance policies that we have been working very diligently on. So before we get started, trustees can hit the restroom real quick because I have a feeling it's gonna be a minute. Take a quick break.
What's the break?
10 minutes at the most. We'll try to be back in 5. going to bring the meeting back to order. If I could ask everyone to find their seats and please quiet any electronic devices. We're going to get started, and we're going to open item 2.04, governance policies. So a few things I'd like to note before we get started on this. Just as a quick overview, there are a total of 24 policies that we're working on. We've already done this once with the first 12. So what we're doing tonight is we're going over the next 12. We have our consultant, Dr. Alsbury, online. He is going to be joining us virtually. The reference material, just as a reminder, shows black font, which is the original text. The blue font is the recommendations from the district. And then the red font is recommendations from Dr. Alsbury. And then finally, the way we're going to do this is the assigned trustee will introduce the policy. All of us can discuss after. And our board liaison and board director will be taking notes, and Mr. Caruso will provide a recap of each one. I also want to note that there are policies that we're going to talk about that might refer to a handbook that we don't have readily available yet, but just know that it is coming, should be available soon. So if you have questions about that, that's why it is coming soon. All right, so we're going to go ahead and kick this off. Welcome, Dr. Alsbury. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can hear you fine. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, let's get moving. We're going to start with Trustee Dominguez. We're going to look at BP 9062, Orientation and Continuous Education of the Board of Trustees.
Reference A. Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to. Sorry, go ahead. I'm going to try to go through this as quickly, just because I know we have a lot more to go through. I really appreciated going through this because I felt like the standard wasn't there, and I appreciate we making a standard for new board members, being able to understand operational information, and also just kind of laying down what should be done when a new trustee has been appointed or elected. And so as you can see all the changes here, but I did want to get some insight. So on page 3, if I can point out to my colleagues, item 2, it says, okay, so board members shall receive ongoing training, annual training, balance, governance. So some of the items that I was going through, I kind of wanted to get my colleagues' viewpoints on what, really clarification on how it should be said. So one, who would the trainer be? And if we have, like it says, by appropriate personnel trained. So if we wanted to maybe have some more broad clarifying wording to say, as per voted on by the board, because I think appropriate trainer was not clarifying enough, but I wanted to get an insight with my colleagues. And then let's go to page 4, if I can point out another item. And it was item 3. So for the funds for participation such as training sessions and work meetings will be budgeted on annually. It should say on annually. So I just wanted to make sure that, sorry, we're going to go down to letter E. Sorry, not item 3, letter E. So I wanted to make sure that it said for the opportunities for governance training, that it clarified governance training, not just opportunities. And when it spoke on tracking compliance, I wanted to make sure, this was something I found later, was that it clarified tracking NRS compliance. And the opportunities, I wanted to make sure that we encompassed operational site tours and making sure that we had that administrative support just so, we have that direct deposit, just kind of simple onboarding, technical issues worked out as a new trustee is coming on board, that they don't have to deal with it later on. And so, and like insurance and all the other things that we can go into. So, and with that, I'll leave it to the board for any consensus.
So I actually think your first question might be a good one for Dr. Alsbury, because it is highlighted in the red. And so, Dr. Alsbury, could you potentially answer to section 2 of this policy on page 2? That, is it page 3? Okay. That says who would be doing the training?
Yeah, thank you, Trustee. This is an area that I had recommended a little bit different wording than what you see here. This was later struck out in the reviews that others did, just so for clarification. What I was trying to do with the language, I had put in language, the certified, that was one attempt. Another attempt in the revisions, I changed that and said, okay, let's put in personnel approved by Balanced Governance Solutions. And then that wasn't something that was agreed to by everybody that looked at it. My whole thing with this is that I want to ensure the board that whoever does the training of balanced governance, that trainer is a legitimate trainer. I don't think there's any governance model out there who doesn't require that whoever is doing training is actually provided with some kind of guarantee or certification or endorsement from the actual model itself. And so that's what I was recommending. I certainly don't want somebody to claim that they are a balanced governance trainer or that they know balanced governance and then misrepresent the model. And just for the sake of the listening public, balanced governance is a model that I created. I wrote it. I've researched it with others for 25 years. And so it's exclusively a material that is of my making, and so in that sense, it's proprietary and it's trademarked and it's copyrighted. It's been appeared in several books and a number of academic peer-reviewed research articles. So my intention is not to lock the board in, but I also want to be careful so that the model doesn't get misrepresented. And I think the board has already experienced initially when they were considering who you were going to select as your trainer, you already experienced some individuals claiming that they were balanced governance trainers when that in fact was not the case. So I'm open to this. I have a number of ideas on how we could ensure that the trainer is legitimate. I'm not suggesting that you are locked into me as an individual as the only possible trainer. I don't want to do that. I don't think that's right. And I think that's what the staff was trying to protect against. And I understand that, but I also want to protect the integrity of the model. So.
Thank you, Dr. Ellsbury. And that's why I really appreciate your viewpoint, and I seek the views of my colleagues, because I think I believe it should be decided by the board who the trainer is, and maybe that should be a decision that should be placed into our governance policies, so we make sure that the board, obviously we're not going to be here forever, so whatever next board is here, that they can decide as a team who the next trainer is. And, Dr. Ellsbury, we love you, but you might never be here, forever and ever. So, so we want to make sure that the team has a decision on, or buy-in on who is the trainer coming up.
Thank you. We're going to start discussion here on this. So Trustee Johnson?
Is it, excuse me, is it possible, I mean, the point is valid, and Dr. Osborne, I appreciate you raising it. And yes, you won't be here forever, neither will we, and so we're writing this for institutional knowledge. So is there, do we have the ability to put in language that gives us an out, which would be something to the effect of like, or other determined, or other agreed upon training mechanism, just something that's vague enough that says, while we are doing board governance now, that is the thing we will do, and we say yes to it. And because it's for an entity that lives into the future, we have a way to have an off-ramp that is viable. I mean, I just think language like that allows for us to keep what we have and move forward with the entity. I don't know if that's not, I don't know who it's directed towards, but that would be the way to like get us past the roadblock of, we named it because we want it today, and we need something for tomorrow when none of us will be here. Not literal tomorrow, because I hope to be here tomorrow.
Right. So we're definitely not making decisions here, but we can have these discussions where, like Trustee Johnson is making a recommendation or an idea, and I know Mr. Caruso is taking notes of that. I don't know if anybody wants to add on to that or has a separate comment, but I see Trustee Cavazos in the queue.
Thank you, Madam President. And to allay some confusion here, what we did here is we took, and that's why these different numbers are on there, why it says like 9062 and it's crossed out. That was Washoe County School District's policy. And then what we were assigned to do was to go in there and align it with what we're actually doing. So in the past, we had policy governance that was not really being followed. And now we're trying to get to a working model of balanced governance. So what I want to point out here is this is Dr. Ellsbury's model. This is his training. However, what we are looking at is putting into place a function, as my trustee Trustee Johnson said, that when we're not here, that we are going to have a system in place. So a balanced governance model is what Washoe is using right now, that we thought it was easier then to use them as a foundation and to do that. So what we're trying to do here is to put into place a systemic functioning policy that's not just on paper or on the computer, but that we're actually doing. So that is a lot of the criticism that we've gotten from people. So I just wanted to point that out. So I know that a lot of people are confused because the red is actually what our trainer, Dr. Ellsbury, recommended, and that's most of what's crossed out. So I wanted to give what the background on that was. So I don't have a question.
So I know that Trustee Dominguez had a couple other things that, she mentioned for possible discussion amongst the board that she kind of wanted to highlight. I do want to add, from my point of view on this training process, as I'm wondering if we could even do like a train the trainer. So to Dr. Ellsbury's point on not being on the hook, right? So if you train the trainer, then potentially you have maybe a board liaison or somebody who understands this policy front and back because they've been trained on it, and then before they retire or move on, they pass that on to the next person, or they have that certified person from balanced governance come in and do the training again. I don't know, but that's just another idea to throw out there. Trustee Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Trustee Cavazos. The previous policy number was GP3 for this policy. And I want to go back to, so thank you for the discussion. I want to go back to the last item that I had here from page 4, item E. Just kind of wanted to gather everybody's insight on the wording for opportunities and compliance. I wanted to ensure that we included not just governance training, but also operational site tours, administrative onboarding support, and also I think it was applicable to include tracking NRS compliance. And I'm just kind of crowdfunding for ideas on what your thoughts are.
Thank you. Trustee Esparza-Stravagan.
Okay, I'll make it quick. So we were clear about when we hired our superintendent that she would sign on to do balanced governance. We all agreed to do the balanced governance. So what we inherited from the previous policies were very convoluted, and I said it in the past thing, that it was very Frankenstein. So I like the fact that it's very clear language, there's a lot of clarity here, and we will not be here and whenever we're gone. So if we hired our superintendent for balanced governance, we have a trainer that is research-based on balanced governance, we all adopted balanced governance, I think we are really not staying clear about what we're going to do if we change the language. And I know this is the discussion, I want to weigh in on that, but to the second point, Trustee Dominguez, you said on the backside, I believe there's another policy later on that talks about the opportunities that we have to request tours or operational pieces. Is that true, Mr. Caruso? I think there's a different policy that covers some of that. I don't know that it needs to be specified here, is what I would like to recommend.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert, Joe Caruso for the record. So Trustee Esparza-Stauffergan, to your point, if you look on the bottom of page 1, it's number 1, subsection B, little letter I. If you go in second sentence, the program is designed, this is referring to new members shall participate in an orientation program to ensure effective board individual performance, smooth transition, introduce them to fiduciary responsibilities and operational context of public education. The program is designed to familiarize new board members with applicable state and federal laws and regulations, board policies and other governing documents, and the district's budget, facilities, curriculum, and other pertinent subjects. So my job is, I work for the superintendent. I would sit down with the superintendent. We would design an orientation schedule. And the superintendent would say priorities, not speaking for the superintendent, but say hypothetically student support services. We want to do a training with them. We want to do a tour of food services. So then the superintendent operationally would say, okay, now let's go back to the board and say, how do we put this together as a training module? So that was left open because if you think about it, we list every single department, division, and unit. I mean, this 4-page policy becomes a 20-page policy. On page 2, subsection D, Trustee Dominguez, to your point, continuous education and development, we cleaned up the language because in working with Mr. Parker and Mr. Okazaki, we really have to be careful listing the NRS because, as you know, legislative sessions, if things change, every time a change occurs, we have to go back and reopen the policies. So what their advisement was, yes, you are required in the first and third year of each term served to complete at least 6 hours of training for professional development as required by state law. State law is umbrella, so it covers that piece. And then to your point on the training sessions on page 3 of 4, letter 2, all training sessions shall be provided by appropriate personnel trained in a balanced governance model. So we actually brought that language to the board in January, and that was the language that we agreed upon in a previous policy. So again, keep in mind, there's 24 policies, so we need to be consistent in the language. And that was the language that we adopted verbatim by appropriate personnel trained in the balanced governance model that we had adopted in policy 9055, officers and duties of the Board of Trustees. So we used we were trying to be consistent in the language on that. I think I answered. Good. All right.
Thank you. Trustee Johnson.
I think it'd just be helpful. I mean, I know, again, the purpose of this is to provide guidance, and it has to be broad enough to allow us to allow for future use, specific enough to keep us within the guardrails. And I think doing things like, saying opportunities and then having a reference page back to it so I think that gives us the flexibility we need to be able to ensure we're within the range. And then, I think there's language that allows for us to ask the superintendent or the liaison as necessary too. So I think we just have because this is concise enough and broad enough simultaneously, I think it gives us both the avenues to ask for what we need, but also the guardrails to work within the bounds.
There is one thing that I'm looking at that makes me just kind of ponder a little bit. I don't know if you want to notate this, but when what Trustee Dominguez is talking about when she says, requesting tours and things like this. So, let's say I'm in my third year as a trustee, and the last time I went to the bus yard, was in year one, and something has come up, and I'd really like to go do a tour but I'm not a new member. So I don't see anything in here under existing members for something like that. And I guess my concern would be that when you don't have that in there for existing members, then there is a possibility that somebody could make the request and they could potentially be turned down if they so chose to, because it's not in policy. So it's just a thought that I'm having.
I could help you if you like, Joe. I'm sorry, Madam President. First page, first paragraph, last sentence. It kind of has a catch-all there. It says opportunities for continuous education will be provided to enable members of the board, not just new members, to develop and improve their governing skills. So the opportunities would also be available to existing members. You give me that
Define
much?
continuous education, That's yes, it's a catch-all, but when I look at continuous education, I look at, page 2, section D. To me, that's continuous education, which is talking about, NRS. So I just want to make sure that while we have the catch-all, I want to make sure that it really does catch it all, that there's no room to deny a trustee the opportunity to do their due diligence, should they want to maybe tour a facility or something like that. That's all I'm saying. Trustee Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I think the fear or the perception that I had coming into this was my own as a new trustee. So, under a new another administration, it was difficult to get into schools. It was difficult to visit facilities, and it was not part of the new onboarding process. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
And I just wanted to make sure that we included that, so that way another, a leadership team on the board or another superintendent could not prevent a trustee from visiting schools as they were voted in for or appointed to. So I wanted to make sure that that included that verbiage of visiting operational sites. And also part of my own experience was some of us didn't get our direct deposit up until 6 months after we started the position. So we were getting checks in the mail. And I mean, I understand that's a very small thing, but it would be nice to have that administrative onboarding specified into these policies so that doesn't happen to another trustee. Just making sure we leave a good work left behind for the next trustees.
So I don't see anybody else in the queue. So I would be willing to close out this item. Mr. Caruso, if you'd like to give us just a very brief recap, that would be wonderful.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert, Joe Caruso for the record. So I was looking through, there is a future policy 9088 to Trustee Esparza-Stafford's point. I think that with the trustee superintendent relationship will really kind of be that catch-all because it is a trustee request. I do hear a point of saying I'm not sure wording-wise, but I think I could probably work with Mr. Parker just to see if we want to add a sentence in on, just to clarify that, updates or something of that nature. I think the payroll piece, I mean, that is an internal, so part of that, we were, trying to get everybody to roll over to the system, so we had the training behind. So I don't know if you want to spell that level of detail out because there's a lot of things that could change even with that. So I guess my question, so the only thing I have is more clarity on the continuous tours because we were keeping everything else broad, if I captured that right. Or did I get that wrong?
Yeah, I would include the operational site tours and then the, we can word it as operational onboarding or in processing. I know in Vegas they use onboarding, so In the military, we use in processing.
And just a reminder, none of this is final. We are not, this is purely for discussion. We'll have an opportunity to discuss further, likely one more time, and then go from there for making it final. So moving on to the next one.
Excuse
Yes,
me,
sir.
can I add something quickly
Sure,
before you
Dr.
move on?
Alsbury.
Yeah, thank you very much. I don't think we want to go down this rabbit hole because it's not really the specifics, but I did want to answer the one of the trustees asked about trainer of trainers. Yes, I just want to say that is an option. The other thing, though, that I wanted to point out was there was a section on Roman numeral 2 and item 4 that I had recommended. I'm still recommending it. It was stricken with the staff's review and or the subsequent reviews later on. And that's the periodic external evaluation, and that was taken out. I would still recommend that as long as you, of course, the board can always decide to go with a different model. There are various governance models out there, and each and every one of them would require that you have a bona fide trainer in their model if that is the model you've adopted. So the board always has full freedom to go a different direction. But as long as you're with balanced governance, I would recommend that in addition to the self-assessment that's included in the language, that the board would periodically engage in an external evaluation as well. And so if there was some way to reinstitute that language, that would be my recommendation.
Thank you, Dr. Alsbury. That's very helpful. Excuse me. Okay, we're going to move on to the next one. Roll this along here. It's going to be BP 9065, which is our policy, governance policy 18. This is Board of Trustees Compensation and Expenses, and Trustee Esparza Stafford is going to kick us off.
I want to make this fast because this is pretty explanatory. The only things that were done was to remove any maybe perhaps redundant language, provide some clarity, as has been mentioned before. I will highlight for you, because we've all read it, the changes. There are really none, other than to some of the language on page 205 and section C. Trustees may use no more than 1,500 of their individual budget accounts for attending local 501c3 nonprofit events with the following conditions, and then it lists. So I would like to defer to legal counsel just for clarification on why certain things maybe were struck out for that specific portion.
Are we only talking, I'm sorry. Teddy Parker again for the record. Are we only talking about 1E, trustee?
I apologize. That is correct.
Okay. The only thing that was struck out that I'm looking at is the word washo. I mean, are you looking at more than?
I am looking at the wrong policy because I have two tonight. I apologize.
No worries.
I apologize. Let me find my correct one. 9088.
So I think we're still on 6.5 right now.
Oh, I'm on letter C, Mr. Parker.
Okay.
I am on the right policy. Okay, I thought I was imagining. Page 205, letter C.
Okay. So I apologize, because I was looking under definitions on page 1, which is 1E. So 1C, the point of changing this is because there are some organizations, for-profit or nonprofit, that you may want to attend. And I gave some examples during the discussions. While this is somewhat similar, I'll give you an example, Workforce Connections. So it's not truly a 501c3 nonprofit, but certainly everyone would agree that that's an organization, local organization that benefits students or young adults. So you may want to attend an event from them. So that conversation led to us ultimately coming up with this language. You're welcome.
Thank you for that, Mr. Parker. I think it's important because it did shift a little bit of what was intended, and we made sure that it was in alignment with our policies. Really, there's no other language changes other than items that were stricken out. That's not a word, but funds, if you look down at 5, funds may not be used to promote political campaign of any trustee. So that is something I just wanted to highlight for the group. Moving on to page 3 of 5, you can kind of see some of the other changes to compensation. There is just cleanup of language and items removed that pertain specifically to us as trustees here in Clark County. And then on page 4 of 5, once again, there has been a section added that is a little bit more robust, which would be item 6 on page 4 or 5, other expenses, which really delineates and explains the discretionary funds, which we receive as trustees of $750 per year. And it is very clear on what is permissible and what we should be using that fund for. So I will open up to any feedback. It's pretty simple and straight.
Thank you. Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you. I'm trying to look at this right here on the discretionary fund, and it's saying $750 per year. No, I have no question on that. I was looking at the wrong line also.
A lot of lines.
I thought maybe I was getting overpaid or something, you know. I just wanted to check. I just wanted to check on that.
All right, Trustee Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I did have a few questions. Okay, so for the nonprofit, page 2, item C, I guess I guess I'm just not aware that if we've been using this, or have we been using this often, or is this something, like, are we using this for the PEF foundation? Oh, go ahead.
Mr. Caruso.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert, Joe Caruso for the record. So what is listed in black is Washoe. Yeah. So this is new to Clark County School District. So our sibling in the north, this is what they do.
I see. And so I would ask my colleagues, do we need this if we didn't have it before? And this is an additional cost to the district. And so that clarifies a lot for me, is that, you know, if you do go to an event and it's paid by the district, now you're going to make sure that it's a nonprofit and it follows all these qualifications. Yeah, so I would turn that to my colleagues. If we actually need this, if Washoe's doing it, do we need to do it, and do we need to spend money on it? Page 3 was item 3. I wrote down C, B, and C. So I was just trying to understand the language between B and C, and kind of trying to understand why it was crossed out. It says trustees are authorized to be reimbursed for round-trip travel expenses as required. This part is crossed out. So are we not doing round-trip expenses, or is it now placed in B, is what I'm trying to understand.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert, Joe Caruso for the record. So in working with Mr. Parker, Mr. Okazaki, the goal here was to clean up that section 3 and 4. So if you look, the text shifted down just to better align with the title.
Perfect. You can go to yeah. No, I just wanted, because my district is so enormous, I just want to make sure I get the trip back home. And so I'll go into the next one, is page 4. I had a question on item 6A. And I appreciate all the language. I just wanted to make sure, too, I know we cleaned up a lot of things, but items like for the clerk, they need a signature stamp. There might be an item, you know, I don't know, like an extra item for the electronic devices, maybe a mouse, maybe a cover for the laptops. Is that still included in supplies? Yeah. And what about a stamp? Yes. The stamps, okay. Yes. So I wanted to make sure that wasn't taken out. And that's all my questions.
Trustee Barone.
Thank you, Madam President. I was wondering, I didn't see this, and but I went through pretty quickly. But like I'm a homebody, and I stay everything from doing, say, community cleanups to visiting with our veterans. I go to the hospital, ride-alongs, all that. I tend not to go very far. So I'm looking at the funds that are left, like for me, or allocated for me. I, of course, although I respect everyone else's travel to places to bring back information, if my funds are not being used, I don't see an actual policy, a provision that allow me to be able to share, my unused budget for maybe one of my colleagues who they might be more needy than I. Is there like a policy? Is there one written in there? Is it?
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert, Joe Caruso for the record. So Trustee Brown, to your question, page 1, number 2, letter B, trustees shall have individual budget accounts, example mileage, travel, and discretionary fund that allow for the reimbursement of travel and other expenses incurred in the performance of duties. Individual accounts may be shared with another member by requesting a transfer for another trustee and having the transfer noted on an information item on a future meeting agenda. Basically, what we do is we have on the regular board meeting agenda, we have a section at the very end called information. So we would get a request from, say, Trustee Henry saying, Trustee Brown, may I use $1,000 to go to the National School Board Association conference? Yes, I have the money. Then we would take that, we would attach it as an information item, as reference material to the agenda, just so that it's transparent to the board that you're transferring money between the accounts.
So to be clear, we've had it before, but we did it kind of, as far as I can tell, it was kind of like not very formal, but this will actually have like a written record to keep track of it.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert, Trustee Brown, to your question, yes. So that's for full transparency. We would post it as an information item so that the board members, the board as a whole, would see that you transferred or authorized the board office, us, Caitlin, Lisa, to transfer the money over to the trustee for what is needed.
So I guess there's also an announcement to my colleagues, you know where to go.
Trustee Johnson.
I just had a question. So Trustee Dominguez mentioned, like, what do we need to do this? And I'm trying to understand the math. All of these things were things that we already had in place, even though this policy is in black. So just to be clear, this isn't extra money being spent because we already had the $6,000. To me, I'm reading it as, and I want to make sure I'm understanding it properly. These are just constraints on the ways that in which we can use it that may not have existed previously, but it is not an additional dollar being allocated to something, correct?
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert, Joe Caruso for the record, Trustee Johnson, correct. So the task here was to try to streamline, explain, and provide this information as best as we can so that, to Trustee Dominguez's point, new members coming on board asking questions, because we've not had the discretionary fund, for example, listed in policy before. Now it's written in policy. Same thing with clarifying on the travel, just trying to make it as clear as
So this is all cost neutral. I really appreciate sharing that.
Great question. Trustee Esparza-Stafford.
So I wanted to thank the council, and I know John Okazaki and Mr. Parker and obviously Joe Caruso and the staff have aligned a lot of what is permitted with the law. So I just want to remind ourselves, like, it's aligned with the law about the amount of money we get, about how we can spend it, like how that goes out. So I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but like we should have read these before we are kind of discussing this. So I guess I have a little bit of impatience. I apologize, Joe, because we're asking questions that are like actually, the answer's right here, right? You know what I'm saying? So I want to go back to the nonprofit. There are times, and I actually am grateful that Washoe has that in there, because there are nonprofits that are educationally related, like Workforce Connection you mentioned, and sometimes they have events or PEF that would be educationally expensed for scholarships that fund goes to students. So I just want to say that I think it's important that we have the autonomy and the option to use that money, perhaps to give and pay for that event if we're going to participate, and that money actually goes to student scholarships or educators as well, because they get awards at those events as well. So I would say, I know this is discussion, but I would really like to keep that language, because I think it's important that we are a face in our community and we represent in all spaces, and we are often invited to 1,000 things, and it's important for us to kind of show up and really be a contributor in that way.
Mr. Okazaki.
I just feel compelled to make this clear. I was involved in this edit, and if the way it reads now is the only time you can use that 1,500 is if the organization is a legit 501c3 organization. There was a lot of discussion about other type of nonprofit, not-for-profit, educationally beneficial, community partners, vendor. We discussed all of them. We couldn't figure out a way to describe which ones the board would be okay with and which ones they wouldn't be. So we settled on what Washoe had, which is 501c3. So, but it's limiting. It has to be that type of organization in order for you to be able to use this money for that.
Thank you for the clarification. Trustee Dominguez, can you close us out?
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to make sure that, I clarified this $1,500, because I did do my homework and I did read everything, and I did want to make sure I asked these questions. Is if this was already in the budget, was this under another expense that we had, or what? Where was this in the budget, these $1,500 to utilize for a ticket to go to a 501c4 event? I'm sorry, C3.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert, Joe Caruso for the record. So you have a $6,000 travel allocation per fiscal year. So that $1,500 would be from that $6,000. So it's not $1,500 on top of the $6,000. It's the $6,000 total. Okay. And if you wanted to use $1,500 of it for these type of events, then that's where you would say to the board office, these are the things I want to budget out. And a lot of this is going to be on the trustee to communicate with us up front, because, some of these conferences are wonderful, but, travel arrangements or everything's cost-wise goes up. So it's, the $6,000 doesn't go too far. So it's planning ahead and just knowing for the year, which is why we want to make sure we are transparent listing everything out. So it's helpful that Washoe has this.
No, I appreciate that. And so I guess I would recommend that there be, that it kind of has that language of this is coming from that balance or that budget. So, because I don't really see that clearly here where I can point to that is coming from that 6,000 budgeted balance that we already have.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert, Joe Caruso for the record. So Trustee Dominguez, to your point, so on page 2, letter C, where it says trustees may use no more than $1,500 of their individual budget, you're thinking just put in $6,000 next to that, just to clarify that that's what the individual.
Yeah, I would. Just to clarify that, it might be a different language, but I'm not going to wordsmith. But just to clarify that that's coming from that trustee's travel budget or expense.
Trustee Cavazos.
Mr. Caruso basically said, I was just going to point out to Trustee Dominguez that it did say individual budget accounts, which is our 6,000 that is given every July 1st. So, yeah, but we can always, put that in, but I think it's kind of self-explanatory myself.
Thank you. Trustee Esparza-Stoffergen.
Mr. Caruso, on page 3 of 5, if we take that sentence and we just copy and paste it, I think that would suffice. Trustees are authorized to receive events travel per diem funds for official school business, which would cover even the nonprofits. The trustees receive an annual travel budget of $6,000 per year. No new language, just copy and paste. Just, yeah. I think that would fix it for Trustee Dominguez.
Okay, Mr. Caruso, can you please provide us a quick recap of that one so we can move on to the next, please?
Certainly. Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert, Joe Caruso for the record. So the only substantial change I have on here is that page 2 of 5, letter C, adding in the 6,000. And I think that answered everything else. Did I miss anything?
No, that's good.
No.
Awesome. Superintendent.
Yeah, hi. Hi, Mr. Caruso, how are you doing? Good. This board does not require us anymore to start with addressing the entire board. Yeah, so we'll just get right into the answers. How's that sound? Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Joe. You're doing a great job. Okay, so let's move forward. I want to remind everybody, we're not making decisions tonight. Any recommendations that you have is great, because Mr. Caruso can recap that. But we're going to move this along. So let's get to the next one. Trustee Biasotti is going to introduce BP 9070, Board Policies, Administrative Regulations, and Administrative Procedures Manuals, also known in our current policy as GP 16. Trustee Biasotti.
And thank you, Madam President. So I got a pretty big one, Governance Policy 9070, and to go briefly over it. Purpose is the Clark County School District Board of Trustees hereby adopts this board policy to adopt, repeal, or amend district policies, regulations, and administrative procedures / manuals. There's a list of definitions. Number 4, 5, and 6 stand out to me because we're now we're separating non-substantive change and also classifying other change as substantive change. Number 5 talks about a responsible office that will be referenced in the next page. The second page, on number 2, it says number 3 is what stood out to me. The superintendent or the office with review responsibility, and there is crossed out responsible office, which is listed under the definitions. So maybe we need to cross out responsible office under the list of definitions and put office with review responsibility so they can kind of be cohesive. The other thing it says here, number 3, the superintendent or the office with review responsibility may request an agenda item to adopt, repeal, or amend a district policy consistent with adding agenda items process found in the meeting protocols board policy. It is the responsibility of the office with review responsibility to ensure the effectiveness of the district. Okay, I think what my question was, I don't believe employees should have a role in policymaking. I think it should be left to the appointed and elected trustees. And here it says that the superintendent may request an agenda item to adopt or repeal. So I would like Dr. Ellsbury to weigh in on that particular number. Should I go on or should I wait for?
Let's take it one at a time. So you want Dr. Ellsbury to comment on that part?
Yes,
okay.
Please.
Dr. Ellsbury, did you hear the question?
I did. So what I would recommend is, I think it is appropriate for the superintendent and their staff to recommend needed policies, keeping in mind that while these policies that we're reviewing right now are all governance policies, which are really primarily in the purview of the board, that is true. But there's a whole bunch of other policies that have to do with students and curriculum and facilities and all that kind of thing, which it's much more likely that the staff, through the superintendent, would recognize as if changes were needed, that would be a natural and for them to bring to the board. And so I think it is important to allow for the superintendent and to be able to recommend now changes or modifications in policies or new policies. I think in addition, there's legal changes, and those recommendations might come through your council, through the superintendent. So for all those reasons, I think it is an appropriate and a good thing to have. Understanding, of course, that the board always goes through first, second, third reading. They always discuss any of these, and they always have the final word in approving whether they're going to go along with those and adopt those or not.
Okay, thank you. The number 2, following that item, it says the office with review responsibility must forward any proposed adoption, repeal, or amendment to a policy to the office of the general counsel, which shall review the proposal before it is placed on a board agenda. So it did jump out at me that the number 1, it says the office of the general counsel has authority to make non-substantive edits without following the review process outlined in this board policy, including but not limited to updating legal references. So that sounds to me like a substantive change. And it is different than the definition that listed it as typos. That was one of the examples given under the definition of non-substantive. Substantive. And so I would like to make a footnote on that one. As far as the number 2, also when it talks about the general counsel, where is our board counsel, and why isn't he tasked with any of this? Or
Madam President, Joe Caruso for the record. So I think this might help clarify. So if you go to the page 1 at the top, see where board policies is crossed out. Washoe has a different. Washoe's terminology is different than our terminology. This policy deals with Clark County School District policies and regulations, not Clark County School District Board of Trustees governance policies. So this is operational.
Okay.
So it's just like when a notice of intent comes forward, if there's a revision for a district policy or reg, that falls under the superintendent's lane.
Okay.
So that's why this is geared towards, the language was changed to clarify it, because it is, if you look on Washoe's website and you see board policies, they have a list of everything. So the way that they wrote this is different than how we do it structurally. So that's why, working with Mr. Parker and Mr. Okazaki, we tried to clean it up as best as we could to align it to what we do internally. Does that help clarify?
it does, and thank you. I understand a lot of this is cleanup, but just want to make sure we don't leave loopholes, unintended loopholes along the way. And this goes on, just to get through this quickly. Number 2, district regulations, introductions, definitions, all the way down to the last page. Keeps this talking about administrative procedures and manuals and categories. On the very last page of this, there was number 5 or 4. No, it's number 4. Number 5 is crossed out. The last page says the superintendent shall maintain an online website that contains district policies, district regulations, and other documents that the superintendent determines necessary. Why can't that be all instead of what the superintendent determines necessary?
Madam President, Trustee Biasotti, so this, again, is district policy. So we have that now, district policies and regs. So the superintendent, and it's listed in here, the notice of intent process, the posting 13-day for the public. So that's what that website is referring to, because these are operational policies. So it's the, and John, I'm looking at you just to help, because I know you helped with clarify. But I think that's where the confusion came in, because we cleaned this up to remove the board policy piece, but because it really, the board policy and the superintendent policies in the same sentence didn't align, because the governance policies were a completely separate part of the website, and then the district policies and regulations are completely set. They're, I think, under the employee section, if I'm not mistaken. So, I don't know, John, if I...
John Okazaki, General Counsel. If I understand Trustee Biassotti's question is, this provision talked about what we put on the website.
Right.
We put up district policies, district regs. It also says, it used to say other governing documents, and now we've changed it to documents that the superintendent deems necessary. The reason we would say that is because there's literally millions and millions of pages of documents that are in play. We can't put up every single one of them in the website. So it's, a lot of times your policies will tell us it has to be posted, but otherwise, if we have some guidance document or a handbook or something, it's readily available, but we don't necessarily post it on the website unless either the board tells us to, the board policy or district policy tells us to, or the superintendent believes it's necessary or prudent to do that. So there is some discretion, otherwise, there's millions and millions of pages.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up. And lastly, I know that there's a lot of blue that is stricken out. So were those items, suggestions that the district made and just changed their mind on? Why are they striked out after they were suggested by the district?
So, Madam President, Trustee Biasotti, so if you're referring to number 4 was a recommendation from Dr. Alsbury, but in speaking with Dr. Alsbury, that whole section of the governance handbook doesn't fit here because, again, this is a district policy. So that section, that's why I put the little asterisk move to another policy that's unstruck. So that whole section would just come out and go to a different policy, probably one of the first 12 is Dr. Alsbury's recommendation.
I'm referring to all of it. Throughout both of them, there's a lot of blue and it's striked out. I was just wondering if these are district suggestions that you changed your mind on. I was just trying to understand why it's blue, why it's suggested, and then why it's crossed out.
So the blue is staff. So if it's original text that was from Washoe and it was struck out, for example, in the first page, the first sentence where it says the Clark, so we struck out Washoe, which was the original text, and then it's in blue because staff made that recommendation to take that out. So throughout it, like in section 1, the definitions where board policies, board is crossed out. Again, it was because we were aligning this to what we do internally for district. So that's, we just tried to show what was there originally to what was changed.
Okay, thank you. And I don't see Dr. Ellsbury weighing in too much on, well, at all, actually, on this policy. So I was wondering why, Dr. Ellsbury, did you not see anything you felt needed your guidance in any way?
No, thank you. Again, this is, as Mr. Caruso has indicated, this focus was a refocus on the administrative procedures. And so they're really my areas guiding you with governance policy and governance procedures. So I really didn't see anything. I did actually add a section that Mr. Caruso already alluded to. That was the very last page, item 4. And as he's explained, that language, it will be included in its entirety, but in a different policy where it's a better fit.
Okay, thank you. And I will open it up to Madam President. Take it on.
So I think I got to say, like, I struggled with this policy too at first because when I looked at it, I kept seeing board crossed out, and I was like, is this board policies or are these district policies? It was a little confusing. So I'm really glad that this was clarified. So I was going to ask that question. I don't need to now. It's been answered twice, so thank you. We'll move on to Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, President. And going back to what Trustee Biasotti had brought up on page 3, 2, in number 1, maybe just making a note for Mr. Caruso that kind of like to have everybody comfortable with this, maybe we could just put in something like adding after discussion or communicated to the trustees. Because obviously this section is administrative, and that's what we're trying to make clear here. But it sounds like there's some doubts there on, is this something where we are kind of ceding over some of our authority? And I don't think that's what the intention is. So I just want to put that little comment in. The other thing is on page 3 of 6, review by the board, Roman numeral 3, number 2, when we're and number 1 and 2, when we're talking about preliminary approval, it doesn't really define, we don't have anything like how long would that be preliminary approval? Was there any discussion of that, or can we clarify that? Is there a timeline?
I'm sorry, Trustee Cavazos. So on page 1, number 1, you're saying add clarity.
No, I'm on page 3.
Right, I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure I captured page 1. The number 1, you were saying add clarity for board approval?
No, I was going back, unless I got that wrong, where Trustee Biasotti was on page 3, Roman numeral 2, number 1, where she was talking about the Office of the General Counsel following the review process. I was wondering if we could put in there at your discretion with, like we said, but this is not final today, but if we could maybe work in somewhere after discussion, or I would prefer something like communicated to the trustees. So that was Roman numeral 2, 1. And then on Roman numeral 3, preliminary approval, do we have a definition for that?
I can provide a response. John Ozaki, General Counsel. My understanding of this provision, Trustee Cavazos, is it mirrors what we normally do, and that is if somebody wants to change a policy or reg, district policy or reg, the first time it comes to the board, it has proposed language, and then the board discusses it and agrees on language. That's the preliminary approval. They take that back and then they put it on for an actual notice of intent that has to be posted for 13 days, and then they come back and do that. And then after that public comment at that hearing, it comes back a third time for final approval. So that reference in Roman numeral 3, number 2, is that very first time we bring a policy to you to say, here's some recommended or proposed changes. That's my understanding.
All right, thank you, Mr. Okazaki. And I think the confusion here or struggle is that, again, remembering that we were using Washoe County School District as a foundation, and that we're trying to align ours with that, and that's where it gets a little bit hinky, so to speak, for want of a better professional word. So I just wanted clarification on that. And just like my colleagues and our audience, we don't want to be here for 12 hours, and I'm just wondering why we are crazy enough to agree to doing 12 policies at a time, but here we are, so let's try to get through this. So that's all I have right now.
Trustee Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate it's only 12 that we have to do. So I want to just go over Trustee Biasotti's concerns. I support the superintendent's ability to request an agenda item. I can see where there maybe is maybe a trust issue from previous administrations, but I think it's important to have that collaboration and to be able to include that in our agenda. And then the other one I wanted to address was on page 6, item 4. So let me scroll over. It was I did struggle with this also because it says determines necessary. Superintendent determines as, well, it should say as necessary, but what it meant, it should say, that's where I did get confused on that. So I do understand where Trustee Biasotti's question was open-ended, but it makes sense that if this is a district regulations, that they should not have to overwhelm our data and our website. So going into my questions was on page 5, item 4. And, okay. So I just wanted maybe clarification on why these items I just wanted clarification on why these were crossed out, because they were wash shows and we were just trying to correct our series on numbering, or I just needed clarification on that.
No, Trustee Dominguez, great question. So all of these, 4A, B, C, D, all the way down, those are all their internal district policies and regs. So that kind of answers the question before. So they embedded the district policies and regs with their board policies in the same policy. We separated it out because they're really two different things.
Got it.
So that's why this whole section's struck.
Perfect. And then, so I'll get into the next question I had was page 3. I was kind of just, again, this is a Washoe product, so item, it looked like, I think it's item 1, Roman number 3, item 3, review by the board, number 3. If public comment leads to board to make additional substantive changes to the district policy, the board will again preliminary approve the district's policy and conduct another 13-day comment period. I just was kind of, I just need clarification on what this means. I know this is a Washoe thing, so I just needed to understand. So I'm not going to go into examples, but yeah, I would like clarification on that.
John Okazaki, General Counsel. So the law requires that whenever the board changes one of its policies or regs, that they put up the proposed changes, give the public 13 days to look at it, come back and afford public comment. So what we're saying here is that, so for example, we bring to you a policy, we say, it could be based on your direction. Here's how we're changing this. And you guys say, looks good, sounds good. Then we'll post it. And then 13 days later, we'll have public comment. What this is saying is if at that public comment, you guys change your mind and say, let's change some language, then we have to do it again. So then we change the language and then we post it one more time and bring it and let that revision have a 13-day period for the public to review, come back, make public comment. If there's no changes, then we post it one more time for final approval. So it's just the process, the statutory process of going through it.
So, for example, so an item is brought to the board changes the item based on public comment, then at that time, it has to be reposted again?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand how that worked out.
Whatever changes you made in response to the public comment has to be open to public comment again.
Okay. Well, thank you. And then my last question, let me find it. Oh, I'm so sorry, it is 3 questions.
We just need to consider it.
Okay, I'll go.
Thank you. Trustee Esparza Staffordin.
So, Joe, I would say, Dr. Osbury, I'm sorry, I don't know what time it is where you are, but did you say that some of this will be placed in the handbook? Is that what I heard? Just for clarity.
Yeah, for clarification, I haven't commented on that yet tonight. My previous remark had to do with the item that was item 5 on the last page that was struck, just indicating that that language is being moved to a more appropriate policy, but it will be kept for the board's consideration. So just a clarification that that is not language that's going away. It's going to be kept, but in a different policy. However, I think it is a good question in terms of clarification for the public. It was mentioned early at the beginning of this item that there's a handbook that's referenced in these policies, and that would be coming soon. And so for the sake of the public listening and they're in attendance, there is a handbook, a board handbook that will give very detailed step-by-step procedures that the board is going to commit, if it's adopted, will commit to be following, which will basically implement many of these governance policies that are where they're a bit more general. That handbook, we've put that on hold until these policies are adopted by the board, and any changes that the board needs or desires to make are made. And then what I will be doing is taking that handbook and ensuring that handbook language matches the policies that you've adopted. So that's why we're holding off to introduce that specific language.
Thank you for that clarity. I think the apprehension that I'm hearing from my colleagues is they want to assure that this policy would maintain that there's still authority with the board to review, to amend, to appeal, repeal, to adopt. So I know we were asked not to wordsmith things, but I don't know that people are going to get past this one if we don't add to it. I don't know if legal counsel can weigh in. Are we allowed to add language to page 1 of 6, perhaps in the first paragraph of purpose? Could I? No?
Yeah, no, John Okazaki, General Counsel. Is the concern coming from the provision that allows the superintendent so there's only the board can change policy. So all this is saying is that the superintendent, if she believes it's prudent or necessary, asks to put the policy to the board's consideration. It's really just asking for them to consider it. That's all that's saying.
So could I just say my suggestion, and you could say, no, that's not allowed. In the first paragraph, where it says, the Clark County School District Board of Trustees, board hereby adopts this board policy to adopt pending board review and approval, repeal or amend district policies. I think up front, if people know that that's still our authority, I don't know if that's just something I'm trying to get us past this policy, because we have 10 more to go, I think. I don't know.
Yeah, there could also be an additional sentence in that first paragraph that articulates that only the board can revise or change policy.
I think that would help.
Yeah, something like that.
So to echo Trustee Esparza-Stoffergen, I think the concern is that board involvement becomes more indirect, if that makes sense. I think that's the concern everybody's looking at. And so I'm going to use a word we used the last time we did this. It's possible that this is one of those policies we need to put on the, what did we say, the burn? We need to marinate on this one. Because like I said, I know we're going to be bringing all of these back again to discuss even further. The recommendations that my colleagues are making, I think, are valid. But I can also see that there's some maybe not full agreement from council. And so I want to still hear, we have Trustee Dominguez is still on the queue, but I do think that these concerns and recommendations should absolutely be noted, and I know Joe is doing that, but I also think that it will likely involve a much bigger conversation before this particular policy would be ready to be voted on by this board. That's just, I'm kind of echoing what I'm hearing, but also kind of a concern that I see as well. So I'm sure that there are things that maybe you are thinking that are very different than us, and maybe you can kind of explain that a little bit more. Or we can marinate on it and come back to it at the next one. Just a thought.
John Okazaki, General Counsel. I am actually very, very confident that I can revise this to address every concern I just heard.
And then Trustee Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll try to be quick. And I remember I wrote down this non-substantive statement. So just making sure that I mentioned that could lead to a technical change, and sometimes maybe a small word that is changed by legal could be changing the entire or some of the intent of what was to be put in as policies. So maybe just a wording to say recommend or reviewed prior to placing on the agenda by board policy, to make sure that whatever was recommended by the general counsel is reviewed prior to being placed on the agenda, so it's not changing, making a technical change of the wording. Thank you.
And if I could just respond real quick again, John Okazaki, General Counsel. My understanding is the purpose of that provision was for us to be able to correct errors in the policy, non-substantive, without having to come back to the board to go through the process of having it approved. I understand the concern, though, so I can play with the language there as well. I think the biggest concern is outdated references, which we're trying to avoid by not putting in specific legal references. So I think a lot of the work that we were concerned about may be moot at this point. But there are times where things get just outdated, the references are wrong, there could be corrections, and it's pure, I don't want to say grammar, but it's non-substantive. So I'll see if I can play with some language to address your concern. I know what you need. You don't want General Counsel to be playing with your policies. So we'll work on that.
Thank you. Mr. Caruso, can you give us a quick recap, please?
That's a great point. And just to back John's point, on page 6, if you flick all those legal references, if you count, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 policies that would have to change if you change this one policy. So that's to John's point. So that's why it's trying to clean up, because if you to bring back 6 policies to change one thing, you'd constantly be in that circle. So we know on page 1, first sentence, working with Mr. Okazaki, only board can revise or change policy or something to that effect, to add a sentence on that. We know on page 3, clarify that section of non-substantive edits with Office of General Counsel and what communications to trustees. And then I have a notation, as Dr. Alsbury reiterated, that we're going to move section 5 that was struck out but has the asterisk moved to another policy. And then, of course, working with legal on any other feedback. Did I get that right?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. All right, let's move on to the next one. Let's go to BP 9075, District Initiatives, Programs, and Services. Our current policy, that would be GP2. Trustee Biasotti, if you would please introduce this policy, and we can open it up for discussion.
Thank you, Madam President. This one's a lot shorter. So talks about the district initiatives, programs, and services. The purpose is the Board of Trustees is committed to the efficient and transparent governance of the Clark County School District. Goes on to state the definitions, initiatives, stakeholders, policy. The superintendent is responsible for oversight of the operation, control, and supervision of all public schools within Clark County and is empowered to determine the district initiatives, programs, and services necessary for the effective operation, periodic evaluation, and continuous improvement of the district. I don't mean to read all of it. I'm just going to skip to number 3. It says the superintendent shall provide for and keep the board informed of creation and ongoing evaluation. You have striked out and approval of initiatives, programs, and services. I would like to keep and approval. I would like for the board to know what programs are still continuing. And again, I just want to note, this isn't specific to our current superintendent, but for superintendents in the years to come. Next, it says, again, it talks about the monetary cost of implementation, seeking to implement a new strategic plan. The board shall be notified, but not necessarily required to take action when implementation of the district initiatives, programs, and services. It goes on to explain the board shall be informed through the means it should be informed through. The written report on number 4, number D under number 4. Letter D under number 4. Written report which, barring the inclusion of information considered confidential under the law, may be posted for the general public. I would like to keep shall still in there because I know it was crossed out and may was put in there instead. Number 6, the superintendent shall provide for the evaluation, continuous improvement of the district through means which include and it lists A, B, and C in the ways that it would continue those items. Everything else is blue and gutted out. And I'm done.
So I actually have a comment, and you know, I'm gonna push back on you a little bit, Trustee.
okay.
On page 1, where you want to keep and approval, I actually think it should be stricken out. And the reason for this is, I do think at some point, you have to let the superintendent do her job. And this is my opinion, looking at this, is what we hired her to do. Programs that are being implemented, you know, these are, well, frankly, if we had to approve every single one of them, we probably never have anything else on the agenda. I would assume it would be a lot. So, you know, these are some of my thoughts. If anybody has any different thoughts, I'd love to hear. You know, maybe I'm looking at this differently, but that's kind of how I'm seeing that and why maybe it was stricken out. But yeah, I'll open it up for discussion.
Can I respond real quickly to that? The issue with that is that moving forward, taking into account more superintendents that will come along the way, we want that transparency to stay in place, I would think.
True, but again, our job is the hiring, firing, accountability. So if we hire a superintendent who's, again, this is just my opinion, if they're bringing in programs and you disagree with that, then you get to mark that on their
evaluation.
Yeah, we don't get to tell them, you know, how to do their job. But again, maybe I'm wrong. I'll open this up to discussion. But the way I'm reading this is that is something that she should have the authority to do, and it would behoove us to make sure that we always hire well for that reason, right?
Agreed.
So I'll open it up. Trustee Bustamante Adams.
Thank you, Madam President. I agree with your assessment on that page. I know that our lane is our one employee and letting that person do their job, and so operations is not our lane. So I would agree with you.
Trustee Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam President. And I guess my comment to that for page 1, number 2, is maybe we can find some middle ground, and maybe something that says, you know, any substantial change to keep the board informed, and to just to keep the board informed in that maybe there's some wording we can find there that can, you know, bring both concerns to light. My only concern I had for this policy was page 2, number 4, A through C. So it would be helpful, I guess in the other documents we've received, and there's where the confusion's coming from, is we've had, the other documents will label, you know, like items that are crossed out is done by legal. And so it might be helpful if we know who crossed it out. And so this is blue, so I imagine this is staff that recommended it, or maybe staff that crossed it out. But I was curious to know why it was crossed out or maybe the thought process behind that one.
Is it redundant? Nobody knows? Go ahead.
I'm sorry, John Okazaki, General Counsel, just so I'm clear, Joe, the blue is black that has been struck out, right? So it was black, which is Washoe.
Okay.
We strike it out, staff strikes it out, and to indicate the strikeout, they changed it to blue. But it's not staff recommending blue and then somebody else on staff striking out the blue.
Okay.
It's black. So all the blue that's been struck out, is black. Is black.
So I think if I may, other documents we've received with these policy changes have included
Like who?
strikeout will be
By?
legal, by legal, or, you know, whatever. If it's like by Dr. Ellsbury, then I think it was like highlighted blue. So just kind of, that would probably
Yeah.
be helpful.
But I think at least for these, the one we're looking at, if it's blue and struck out, that's staff. That's not legal. So it's staff doing it, or are we included as staff? So it's all of us. It's Mr. Parker, me, administrative staff.
Okay. I think it may be helpful if we knew who struck it out. But yeah, I think that's where some of the confusion's been coming from, is the other documents we've received will say strike out from legal or whatever. This is blue highlighted is from Dr. Ellsbury striking out or something.
Madam President, maybe I can provide some clarification on this. First, Mr. Okazaki is correct. All of the blue was once black. And the blue reflects a collaboration among the staff, Mr. Okazaki, Mr. Caruso, myself, sometimes Superintendent Ebert may have been on the phone, but it's a collaboration between all of us working through all of these policies and trying to give you our best suggestions. That's what the blue reflects. The red is Dr. Ellsbury's changes. Sometimes he agreed with us, sometimes he didn't. And when he did not agree with us, it's in red so you can see where it came from. And so, in fact, he articulated that earlier where we did not agree necessarily. So the legend in front of each of the documents indicate this, but it did not indicate that the blue was once black. So that could be the source of some of the confusion.
Okay.
Hopefully that helps.
I appreciate that, and I would just maybe make a ask of Dr. Ellsbury if there's something of note that he recommended as we go through all these policies, if he could just go ahead and chime in. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. On this particular policy, I didn't have any recommendations, and by the way, just this might be helpful if you wondered, well, because this was asked before, gee, Dr. Ellsbury, why didn't you have more recommendations? Well, to be honest with you, part of the reason is because I wrote these policies with Washoe. And so a lot of this is already my language and it already fits with balanced governance. So that's why I didn't have in some of these policies very much to say. I think primarily we needed to make sure that they fit with Clark County. And so many of the staff changes I see, including those that you just mentioned, are referring to committees that the Washoe board has that you don't have in Clark County. So it made sense to modify it. The last thing, if I might, I just wanted to chime in with the question that was asked about the approval language of initiatives and programs and services. That I would tell you that based on balanced governance and this idea of balance, that yes, I agree that the superintendent should not need to seek approval of every initiative, program, and service. So I would not recommend requiring that. But just so that you know, the language that's here in all of these cases, 1, 2, 3, this is language that I did write in with Washoe, because which wasn't there before, which did provide that balance. In other words, it was intended to say that even if it's a program, an initiative, things that we think of as really the superintendent's responsibility that the board doesn't get involved with approving every one, the language was added so that in case one of these programs, initiatives, et cetera, that weren't explicitly approved, if it had a major impact on the district or a major impact on stakeholders in the district that would come back on the board, that we wanted to ensure that the superintendent came to the board and informed you of these changes in those particular programs.
Thank you, Dr. Ellsbury. It's very helpful. Let's move on to Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you. And I know there's other people in the queue, but there's a lot of people in the audience too. And I know this is a business meeting, but I think that this policy is pretty straightforward on what the intent is. And I believe that the questions that have, the concerns that we've all had on this particular policy have been answered by our legal very sufficiently. I'd really like to see if we could move a little bit faster on this without ignoring anybody and try to move on. I have another Hail Mary too, but I don't think I'm afraid of what Mr. Parker would do. I don't suppose that there's any possibility that since this is really a Hail Mary, you guys, that there is any possibility that since this is not final, that we could approve these on a preliminary basis, since we're going to bring them back anyway, and make a motion to do that, or would that not be allowed, since that would be a very stretch of the agenda? I see his face already.
I'm sorry. I know you saw the negative kind of nod of the head or turn of the head. This is not an action item. It's
Right.
informational.
Right.
So it's really nothing to approve right now. We're working through
Right.
it's an exercise, unfortunately.
I thought it was worth a try.
It feels like we're on the treadmill, and it's going deep into the miles here. But no, there's nothing to approve
Okay,
right now.
thank you. Like I said, in sports,
I
Hail Mary.
apologize.
Yeah.
Trustee Barone?
Thank you, Madam President. I'm good with the way that this is written. I would just point out, they already have policy procedure that addresses this. It's the responsibility of the people on this board to read the briefs before they ever come here. We have a staff briefing in which we could actually, if we had questions, we could ask the questions there appropriately. We could also ask questions to our board liaison if we need any clarification. And then we ultimately have oversight here on this board. And really, I don't think it's this board's. We don't necessarily have to micromanage everything. If it's something big, like if we have, a certain number of Chromebooks that haven't been distributed, and they're sitting in a warehouse somewhere, well, we should know about that one, right? But if it's, purchasing, like, add-on equipment for things, I don't think we need to know about that. And so we already have procedure, and it's our responsibility to read and be prepared before they even come on this board.
I would like to call the point of order.
Please.
Can we go back to discussing the actual policies?
I sure did. I just said I was actually in agreement with this.
All right, let's move on. Thank you, both of you. Trustee Johnson?
Just quick on the process. Could maybe, I think what might help us is if, the thinking's been explained, I think, more than once. If we could, I think part of what we want to do here is like suggest next steps, right? So something has been stricken out, just been like, okay, I saw you struck that, but my opinion is it should be kept because, and then we can. So could we, I think that might be a good way for us to, as opposed to asking what their thinking is, we share what our thinking is, and then we can just.
So I understand what Trustee Johnson is saying. Everybody's concerned about time here, and we've got quite a bit to still get through. So here's my thought based on what you're saying. What we can do is just like when we're going through, like the presentation earlier, we said, well, we do 2 questions and then go to the queue. So there's a lot of commenting. To Trustee Johnson's point, maybe what we do is if you have a question, ask the question. Why was this stricken out, right? You can ask that to clarify, to better understand. Or 2, maybe you're making a recommendation. If we can try to keep it to recommendations and questions, I think we can move through this a little more quickly. So that said, let's go ahead and move forward. Mr. Crusoe, do you have a quick recap on recommendations from the board on that particular, that's what the recap will be, recommendations for the board for that particular policy?
Madam President, I have notes on it, but I think that the shall, from my understanding, I don't see any, I believe that we resolved that, and then the same with the end approval, so I heard keep it as is. That's what I'm walking away with.
I heard my colleagues, but I think that I also heard Dr. Alsbury, right? And this is balanced governance, so for now, I think it would be wise to keep it as is and move on. Again, these are not decisions. So if Trustee Biasotti still feels very strongly about this, when we meet about this again, she can absolutely bring that up and we can discuss it further. But for now, I think we'll just move forward. Thank you. Okay. Let's go to BP 9080, Employment and Duties of Superintendent Performance, which our current policy, that would be B/SL1. Trustee Bustamante Adams, kick us off.
Thank you, Madam President. This policy clarifies the superintendent's role as the district's chief executive officer and outlines how us, the team, employs, compensate, evaluates, and may dismiss the superintendent. It formalizes the use of a written employment agreement, defines how powers and duties are delegated, and aligns the superintendent's evaluation with balanced governance practices and objective performance measures tied to the district's strategic plan. And so that is it. I just want to note that there is an update on Nevada law as far as who is determined a qualified to serve as superintendent, and that you'll find that in there. And then we have specifics on our evaluation tool, but that's in another area. So that's it.
Let's open it up for recommendations or questions. Trustee Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam President. The only item that I saw on this policy was page 2, item 4. Let's go to that one. And it was for the board shall adopt an evaluation tool. And I kind of just wanted a little clarification on like when and what. So I know it says a little bit here about approved balanced governance, but when would that occur? Would that occur annually, every 2 years? I think that would kind of be helpful to place some kind of timeline or time frame on that adoption of when that should happen. I think that was a very important evaluation tool that can be used. So, and then just a second comment on, I appreciated the addition for the superintendent to be in accordance with Nevada law. So the superintendent's qualifications.
Dr. Alsbury, would you mind providing that clarification for Trustee Dominguez?
Yeah, this was, again, a kind of a balance to keep the policy from becoming multiple pages. The board might recall that you've been through training along with the superintendent with very detailed specific steps of the superintendent's evaluation process, which has multiple steps. And in that, there were also dates and timelines included in that evaluation process, which you're going through this year again. But to include that into a policy, again, would add pages and pages of detail. And this is why the decision, and I agree with the decision, is to reference the board-approved balanced governance evaluation manual. That has all of those details in it, including the review of the evaluation procedures themselves, which, yes, is looked at annually. There's an opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Alsbury, for clarifying that part. My question was not for the procedural part of the timeline for the evaluation, but for when the evaluation tool should be adopted by the board. So
yeah,
if that clarifies things, not the timeline for the superintendent's evaluations, but the timeline for the procedures to be evaluated. If I'm speaking clearly.
Yeah, that is part of the evaluation process. Actually, the approval of the procedures are part of the procedures, part of the process. The board annually looks at, this is how we're going to evaluate the superintendent. Also, you might recall that the board goes through a process of selecting the goals that are going to be focused on and the timeline, et cetera. That's all part of step number 1 in the evaluation manual that the board goes through.
Okay, I don't see anybody else in the queue, and I didn't hear an actual recommendation, so I think we're okay to move on from that one.
Madam President, just to, again, and I know you said this before, but just to put on record that the Balanced Governance Evaluation Manual has not been brought to the board yet.
Correct.
For the review with the board and superintendent.
Thank you.
So.
Okay, BP 9081, progress monitoring of the superintendent's performance and board balance governance model goals and standards. This is what our current policy would be B/SE1 or SE/1.1. And Trustee Bustamante Adams, please kick us off.
Thank you, Madam President. This one, you'll see a lot of stuff stricken, but don't get weary. A lot of this stuff was moved to 9088, which is trustee Esparza Straffagan. So it just, some of it got moved just so that we have clean and concise information. So 9081 strengthens the expectation for standardized, calendarized reporting and helps us as a team concentrate on the evaluation to board goals and objectives. And so the revisions reinforce clear roles, communication protocols, and professional boundaries between the trustee and the superintendent. So in summary, it emphasizes consistency, accountability, and alignment between governance oversight and district policies. And I will end there.
Trustee Dominguez, do you have a question or a recommendation?
Question, two questions. Thank you, Madam President. Page 1, Policy 1, where it says the predetermined schedule. I was just trying to understand if there should be a more timely wording on that, on like when, or is it annually? Is it beginning, first quarter, second quarter, or just kind of trying to understand when that predetermined schedule is presented. My second question was on page 2, it's labeled item D, and it is, report data should be submitted in a timely, accurate, understandable fashion. I don't know why fashion, but anyways, so my wording question was on timely. What does that mean? Can that be more clearly stated timely?
So I think I want to open that one up to Dr. Alsbury because I can see that most of these are his notes. So Dr. Alsbury, what are your thoughts on Trustee Dominguez's questions?
Yeah, thank you very much. In both of those cases, a process that the board goes through with the selection of the focus of goals that you're going to be looking at or asking the superintendent to focus in on for that year. You'll recall that you provide a list of those and then you calendarize those. And that is that you take recommendations from the superintendent in terms of when those reports are going to come before the board. You rely on the superintendent because they know when the data is available and when the report can reasonably be finished and provided, and then the board approves that calendar of those reports. And so that's what it's referring to when it says predetermined schedule and when it mentions timely. I think certainly that language we could get more really specific and just refer to the board calendar of reports. Something like that would clarify that, I would think.
Thank you, Dr. Alsbury. That was very helpful. Seeing as there's nobody else in the queue, Mr. Caruso, I didn't hear a recommendation. It was just questions, so we're going to move on. Let's move on to BP 9082.
Madam President, just a reminder, so there's 2 references in 9081 to the Board of Trustees handbook. Again, that's not been brought to the board. I just want to make sure we're clear on that.
Okay.
There's 2 references in there.
Okay, and then
It was a recommendation.
okay, can you restate that for Mr. Caruso, please?
Thank you, Madam President. Just kind of recapping what Dr. Ellsbury said is that adding something a little more detailed to the time frame. Dr. Ellsbury mentioned using the district calendar as a reference or some other wording to be more clear on the timeliness of the 2 items that I brought forward. Page 1, Policy 1, predetermined was the wording, and then page 2, item D, timely.
Thank you for clarifying. Okay. Moving on to BP 9082, continuity of district daily operations and succession planning for the superintendent. Our current policy, that would be SE7. Trustee Johnson, please kick us off.
Absolutely. The I guess, executive summary of this is that We are asked to try to figure out what to do with day-to-day operations in the event that the superintendent is away. And so we have an acting status when superintendent's away for a short period of time, less than 90 days, an interim status when it is greater than 90 days, and then what is the process if, in fact, we have a departure of the superintendent? How do we go about replacing the superintendent? So this policy lays all of that out. It was straightforward to me when I read it, and when Dr. Welch went over it with me a second time, we didn't have any strong questions or I didn't have any strong questions or concerns, and so I will let you all ask questions if you have them.
I see nobody in the queue, so I think we're good. All right. It's the first one, guys. Let's move on to the next. All right. Thank you, Trustee Johnson. This is a pro over here. Okay, let's do BP 9085, delegation to the superintendent. That would, our current policy, that's B/SL-4. This was supposed to be with Trustee Satori, but she could not be here today. And so we're going to have Trustee Esparza-Stoffergan go ahead and kick us off with that one, please.
Okay, here we go. It's, again, language revisions were made to convey a better understanding of balanced governance. I would just highlight that on page 1 of 3, section B, just want to read it out. I'll put it on record. The superintendent has the authority to act in the absence of a specific board policy or board action, provided that such action will not be in conflict with the general aims and objectives of the district or with any applicable law. So, loving that. Turn to page 2 of 3. There's a lot of things that I will say from D, E, F, G, and old C and old H have been removed. So I would like Dr. Alsbury to explain, if he can, why all of this is not going to be included. He knows best.
Yeah, this was a section that I felt like that it wasn't really pertinent or relevant to balanced governance. There's a history behind why this is in the Washoe policies, and it was, I don't think it's generally relevant to boards. Ensuring that the superintendent advised the board of a violation of policy. That's really would be the board's responsibility to oversee policy. And I didn't feel that it was really very helpful or very relevant for this particular board to include that language in there. I think there's a presumption that the superintendent will follow the policies, and there's a presumption that the board will follow the policies. And to put this kind of language in there, I don't think is particularly helpful, and I think it create some confusion. So I just felt I didn't think it was necessary, so that's why I recommended we could strike it.
Trustee Dominguez?
Thank you, Madam President. My question was on page 1, item 2B. The superintendent has the authority to act in the absence of specific board policy or board action, provide that such action will not be in conflict with general aims and objectives of the district or with any applicable law. I needed clarity on, if a board, this board and maybe, probably more the previous board would sometimes not make an action. And so I'm just kind of wondering clarity on what that means if an item has no action, or when this would occur.
You sure you want me to address this?
This could
That's
be for
fine.
legal, this could be for
we
Dr.
were
Ellsbury.
going back and forth, who should
Okay.
tackle this one. So I'm more than happy to jump in. Again, Teddy Parker, Board Counsel. In terms of the absence of action, if the board is not taking, I hate to use the word action in the definition, but the board is not taking action on an item, and it's something that's not in violation of the law, the superintendent, as your sole employee, should have the right to step in. So I'm trying to think of an exaggerated scenario when that would come into play. But let's say that there's no policy on crosswalks at, yeah, I hate to say this, but crosswalks at 2 o'clock in the afternoon in a middle school environment because school's out at 12. Let's just say that's the case. But for some reason, there is some event that's going on at 2 o'clock, and she decides there should be some monitor, some cross guard there. She should be able to do so. That's an exaggerated example, but it's something where it's within the law, it's not against your policy, and you've taken no action saying, superintendent, you cannot determine when a cross guard is needed at 2 o'clock in the afternoon for middle school schools. That's an example. And so you want to have the superintendent have that level of discretion to make those types of decisions where there's no opposing policy of the board. Understood?
Yes, I understand that. I guess my train of thought process is just maybe the board should be informed. And I know we have other policy referencing that information, but when there is, and there has been other boards that have made no action or an absence of a decision, I think it should be informative that the superintendent inform the board that what alternate routes or actions have been taken because of the board's non-action, if that brings any clarity.
No, understood. Madam President, again, this provision does not prevent the superintendent from informing the board. In fact, it doesn't address that. So I suspect, given what I've seen already occur, that the superintendent would inform, perhaps through some form of notification, perhaps even through Mr. Caruso as the board liaison, that this action has been taken. So perhaps if you want some type of notification added, I don't know if it's necessarily appropriate in this section. We can ask Dr. Alsbury for his opinion, but certainly I can see the importance of having given this level of discretion to the superintendent, given the scenario I just laid out.
Yeah, I agree with everything that's been said, and my only addition would be just a reminder that a couple of policies ago, we just saw a provision where the superintendent is directed to share anything having to do with program decisions, et cetera, that would have any kind of a substantial impact on the district and or come back on the board for their making sure they're informed. I believe that covers this kind of a situation as well.
Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President. Trustee Dominguez already asked one of my questions. Two quick questions. On page 1 of 3, number 2, reasonable interpretation. Is that defined?
Can you repeat that,
Sure,
Trustee Cavazos?
it's-
And what page is it on?
Sure, it's page 1 of 3, and it's number 2, and it says, as long as the superintendent uses any reasonable interpretation. I think I know the answer, I'm just asking because I'm not sure.
I think that might be a question for Dr. Alsbury because it's in black, which means it was something that he wrote for Washoe.
Correct.
So Dr. Alsbury, can you weigh into reasonable interpretation? To Trustee Cavazos' point, is a bit broad. Do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, that actually there was a lot of thought that went into using that term because you can go round and round on whose definition of reasonable is it.
That's my problem.
It's kind of, I think they landed on, and I'll defer to your general counsel there, they landed on this term reasonable because that actually has some legal meaning back to cases where it talks about what is reasonable to a particular individual given their location and their situation, et cetera. So it's kind of a localized definition of what's reasonable. It does have some legal kind of attachment to it. I would say that attempts to define it took us down a rabbit hole when we originally wrote this, and in the end, it landed with it's the superintendent's discretion on what they believe is reasonable. Of course, the board could always come back and question that. That would be their right to do that. But we leave it, in this case, as it is, to the superintendent to determine what they believe is reasonable. But I would welcome the council to chime in on that. That's the I know it when I see it legal reference I'm talking about with the San Francisco case.
Yeah, I'm good.
Again, Teddy Parker.
I'm good.
You're good?
I'm good
Oh,
on that
that's
part.
even
yeah.
better.
Yeah, it's even
I
better,
wanna-
right? So my other quick question, thank you, and I kind of thought that it was a legal term, but I just wanted to clarify that. The other thing was the use of the word all was put through all of this, right? I'm punchy here, to make all decisions, all actions, establish all practices, develop all activities, was, I'm guessing possibly that was put in for the sake of continuity in that part, because otherwise it appears that we're ceding some of our authority over, but this whole policy, this part of the policy is delegation to the superintendent. So I'm just wondering if there's any way that could be cleaned up.
If I could, John Okazaki, General Counsel, so I can speak to some of this. So to start off with, my understanding of balanced governance is that operation is turned over to the superintendent, and that her instructions or directives or authority or your directives to her is through board policies and her written contract. Everything else is operational and is left to her discretion. My understanding of this policy is articulating that. And that if you believe that she has in some way used that authority in violation of board policy or her written employment contract, the standard upon which you would judge her is being reasonable. And that would be up to you 11 as to who you think what is reasonable. So yes, there's a legal definition for reasonable, but really what it would come down to is if you was to challenge her conduct and say, you shouldn't have done that because it's violation of a board policy, I think your determination would be based on that standard. The reason I include, or I recommended that we put in all, is because the original language said all decisions, and then it didn't say the same for actions.
Right, that's why I said continuity.
Practices, activities, doesn't make sense. I don't think the intent was only all decisions. It was all operational decisions. So I'm hoping the board, my understanding from balanced governance is that you're turning over the operational control of the district to the superintendent. And the idea here is, as long as she's using a reasonable interpretation of your policies and the law, then she should be protected in the decisions that she makes, unless they're completely unreasonable.
Thank you so much, but I think that that clarification helps a lot with the questions that we were getting, because without that clarification of the first part about the reasonable interpretation, then the second part was not making sense. So I figured it was for the continuity. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Trustee Johnson.
This is actually for Mr. Parker and Mr. Okazaki. The way I think of, and can you help me understand if I'm thinking about this properly? The way I think about any recourse for any superintendent is we have two sets of recourse. One, their determination, and before that is like their evaluation. And so any recourse, so like we've delegated responsibility and decision-making rights over some things. And then the way we judge those or evaluate those is annually through, the evaluation process, and then also the results through which we've asked them to get or asked them to achieve. And then if they do or don't, that is our ability to have all recourse. So if we said, if we saw that making the crosswalks at 2 o'clock was detrimental to the academic outcomes, we would then be able to ding that person that way. That's our recourse, as opposed to like looking at every decision along the way. It is actually just looking at the results and then evaluating at the end. Is that a fair way to like think about the way we can assess?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think when you read all of these policies, the intent is that to be the mechanism of your supervision of the superintendent. through the evaluation process. Clearly, if something outrageous happens, there are other mechanisms for you to take to the matter on an agenda item and address it. But I think generally speaking, the idea is that you are going to supervise her through the evaluation process.
Yeah, and I'll chime in too on that. I agree with General Counsel. There's also language about what in other policies that you've looked at called the progressive protocol, response protocols, which would include more details on if something seemed outrageous, as Counsel just mentioned. There are actual procedures and steps that you could take, before you wouldn't have to wait till the evaluation at the end of the year to address those if you felt those were concerns. And there's a mechanism to put those on the agenda for the board to address. So that is correct and is delineated in others of your policies.
All right, thank you. Okay, I don't see anybody else in the queue. Mr. Crusoe, any recommendations that you want to recap for that particular policy? There's a lot of questions. Clarify.
Yeah, more questions than change. I don't have anything.
That's okay. All right, fantastic. Let's move forward. All right, let's go to BP 9088, Trustee Superintendent Relations and Superintendent Support of Trustees. Our current policy, that would be under B/SL2. Trustee Esparza Stafford, kick us off.
Here we go. Loving this policy. It's very important, and we're getting a little punchy, but it's because we're tired, and I think our audience is tired. I apologize. Here we go. This is very important policy because it really defines the relationship between us and our superintendent. So I will say to you, there's a lot of new language in this one. I hope we all read it. It's robust with what is expected of behavior, not just of the superintendent, but of us as trustees. So I will kind of highlight on page 204, because I just want to make sure that everybody understands, we do not have policy 9110 2C because that's Washoe's policy. That's why that is going to be removed. It is not one of ours. And then if you go down, we have some brand new language on the bottom of the page with 3, basically really clearly defining how trustees need to respect the authority of the superintendent and their employees, and it goes into really delineating on page 3 of 4. I want to read and put these on record because this is new policy. All of this is new language, and I will say that we've received a lot of questions about, Dr. Alsbury, you mentioned it. So what happens if there are questions of maybe concern, whether it be with the superintendent or with the trustee? So I will clearly state there are some things here that really clearly define on page 3 of 4. If we look at item 4, it does say, when there are concerns regarding board member and/or the superintendent, communication or implementation of policy and procedures shall be addressed with the superintendent through a balanced governance model progressive response process. So I know that's what you were alluding to, Dr. Alsbury. So it does delineate clearly what that process is and what individuals can do to seek concerns to be addressed, whether it be with the superintendent and/or a trustee. The other new language on the back side is page 4 of 4. It does state, and we've been receiving a lot of commentary lately about some of us. Conduct on item 6 of a board member is very important, so trustees shall agree to avoid words or actions that create a negative impression of an individual, the board, the superintendent, any employee, or the school district. While trustees encourage dialogue over differing points of view, they shall engage with care and respect. And so, Dr. Alsbury, I don't know, I'm going to toss it to you because you really made a lot of these recommendations. And I don't think it's specific to Washoe. I think it's specific to a lot of school boards across the nation. So do you want to kind of give more explanation other than what I shared?
Again, I won't go into, just for sake of time, into all the detail. I think you described it very well. I will note that the reasoning behind adding this language, it was part of a work session that I had with the board initially. You all might remember when we were going through, and there were some very strong recommendations during that work session pertaining to this language, which would also be included in the board's, the subsequent handbook that would come to the board. And there was a desire to include some of this more specific language into the actual policy. And so that is why in kind of responding to that, as I told you that I would, I've added these sections that are in red with this more, with the additional clarity of these steps.
So I have a question, and it's semi-contentious, so bear with me. And it is for you, Dr. Ellsbury. So I've read through this, and this is all very reflective of the balanced governance, wording that we've already seen through our training. So it's all very familiar. I think when it comes to relevance, and when it comes to relevance, and we're talking about trustee behavior, and you have like on page 4, I think.
Yeah, it's 4.
So section 6, a trustee shall agree to avoid words and actions that create a negative impression of an individual, the board, superintendent, any employee of the school district, right? So, the agreement is to avoid. So when we get into these things, we can say, yes, this is policy and we agree to this. But then what happens when you have a trustee, especially, when you consider that trustees are elected, if they say something that one person might deem as disrespectful, an attorney might say, well, they're exercising their free speech. And now all of a sudden you have contention between board policy and freedom of speech. So in these types of situations, there's not a lot of verbiage that talks about how these two kind of conflict with each other at times. And I would love your expertise here when it comes to this policy. And I don't know if our attorneys will need to weigh in on this, but I think it's really important that we kind of define this as we talk about this policy. And of course, it's not just for fellow trustees. Obviously, it's for the superintendent as well. So it's really good to just kind of define this more clearly.
Yeah, thank you. So first, I'll just reiterate that when there is a difference of opinion like what you just described, certainly there can be different viewpoints on if somebody said something, if they felt it was appropriate, and others might think it's inappropriate. This is why we have these procedures in this policy, where if board members have this concern with each other, that they have a procedure where they go through and first talk with each other, and then if they need to bring the board president into the conversation, et cetera. So there's procedures to try to ameliorate that, facilitate that. I think the second thing that I would say is that in many of the board policies, in many of your code of conduct language, it is in fact true that the board is agreeing to, in a sense, give away some of their rights. There's nothing, if we go purely with freedom of speech, that literally means you can say anything and everything you would want. But I think you would agree that many of the comments that board members would make about each other or about the district or individuals in the district, while that might in some cases be protected speech, it's not effective board governing. It's bad board governance. It leads to chaos and conflict in the community. It doesn't do anything good for the school, which is our purpose. So I think you could pick many of these policies where you would say, well, I can do that if I want to. There's nothing preventing me from doing it. And I think that is true in large part in terms of, these policies, you are agreeing to restrict certain things that you might otherwise have a right to do as just a citizen who's not a board member. And then the last thing I would say is that But what if a board member does it anyway? What if a board member breaks the policy or decides, well, I don't agree with balanced governance. I mean, even not just language or comments that a board member would make, but even following the balanced governance, where I think I should be able to go down to a teacher's classroom and waltz in and tell them how to teach and micromanage. And of course, our balanced governance policy would say, well, we're agreeing as board members not to do that. What do you do if a board member decides to do something like that? And that takes us back to, I think, some legal issues that I would leave to council. The truth is there's not a lot that you can do as a board because it is an elected official if they choose to go against this policy. That is for sure. We do have some language in here that allows the president and the board itself to go through a series of procedures that lead to what we call informally censuring a board member. But in the end, you really can't stop a board member from following the policies that you've adopted as a board in any really meaningful way outside of election action, which I would not make a comment on because I'm not an attorney.
Thank you, Dr. Ellsbury, for that clarification. It's very helpful. I didn't know if legal wanted to weigh in at all. You good? Okay, they're like, no, thank you. Okay, let's move on to discussion. Trustee Biasotti.
Thank you, Madam President. Dr. Ellsbury, I would like a clearer definition under the word negative impression, because it is subjective. What can leave a negative impression on one person can leave a positive on another one. So it is too broad. When it says words and actions, I would also like that to be specified, words and actions outside of our roles as trustees, or I would just like more definition into these terms. I think it's just too broad. Thank you.
Dr. Ellsbury, did you hear the question?
I did. Yeah, I thought it was just some input. I don't disagree. I think there is a balancing act here. Of course, when we start writing down specifics, we're going to get a laundry list, and then you're still going to miss some things. And so the attempt here is to try to use language that is general. I think in the end, the decision on whether it is or isn't negative, or maybe the word disparaging would be better. I certainly think we can add some of the language that you just suggested, if that would help clarify it. But I think, and that's fine, but in the end, I think the judgment will come down to the board itself. And that's where we go back to, if a board member feels that they've been spoken about negatively or in a disparaging way by another board member, that's where we go through the process of you talk to each other, you then bring the president in, you then bring in all of the officers in, you then can take it to the full board for that conversation. And that's the place where the board kind of defines for itself what they felt was negative, not negative, appropriate, not appropriate. And so in the end, that's where the final decision is going to be made on whether it is or whether it isn't. But certainly I'm open to modifying and adding a little bit of language there if that would help.
Thank you, Dr. Ellsbury. It's very helpful. Trustee Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam President. My questions were for page 3, item 4, ABC. I kind of felt like there was no substantive action after it. So in here it says on item C, if not resolved, the board member will finally request an item be added to the future agenda board. That doesn't really guarantee the item would be added to the agenda, and it really doesn't provide an avenue for the trustee to bring their request or issue up front in public. And my mind goes to previous administrations, previous boards, where there was a problem that was happening
with previous superintendent administrations, and trustees were kind of limited, and it caused a lot of division because there was not an avenue for them to bring their issue up front to the public. I'm trying to, maybe is there a way we can provide an item C to this, to say, I'm sorry, an item D to this, where maybe the trustee has an opportunity to take this to the state? I don't know what other action that trustee has. I do have one more after that.
Yeah, as I mentioned, there's no real legal recourse. Again, I would defer to counsel if they believe it's otherwise. I don't believe so. This is your policy, and issues that you have within the board with each other are dealt with each other. So I don't think there's much additional recourse. The other thing that I would note is that this refers back, your recourse here is that if it's not resolved in these other steps, that the board member asks that it come before the full board as a discussion item on the agenda. And that would refer back to how your agenda is set. And there's a different policy that talks about how you set agenda items. And so if there was a concern about board members bringing an agenda item and that agenda item is never put on an agenda, then I would probably recommend that we look more at that language than at this policy here. In my recollection of the agenda setting procedures, though, there are some safeguards in place, including the fact that you have your officers. You don't have one individual like a president alone making a decision about what goes on the agenda. You have a number of all of your officers who are elected by the board, that you assume they're trusted to make good judgment. And then I think there's some provision for items to go on the board if multiple board trustees request that they go on the board as well. So, but I would say that if there's concerns that something would get shuffled aside and not addressed, that's a concern and not put on the agenda, that would probably be more appropriate to look at that agenda setting language.
Thank you, Dr. Ellsbury. I actually have that item, so I will make sure to include that in my notes. Thank you. That kind of works out. So my second question was for page 4, item 5. And, you know, Trustee Stevens had mentioned the concerns for freedom of speech and the First Amendment. How is there maybe some more clarifying middle ground that we can have on this, having this kind of manner to be on the dais or during a board event or district? I know it doesn't really say kind of just within the bounds of your actions as trustees and not within the bounds of your personal life. So is there a, and this is probably a question to my colleagues, is like, is there maybe some kind of wording that we could find where this can be applied here on the dais, and it leaves room for, you know, all of us to have our own personal life and personal views on how we feel. And I understand, like, this also just recommends the superintendent, but there's a lot of, you know, other things that we have thoughts or maybe just our own thoughts on certain policies that we may not agree with. Just putting that out there for my colleagues.
Trustee Esparza-Stoffergen.
So Trustee Dominguez, to your request, I think that last sentence kind of captures that maybe ask, and I don't know if you want it replicated somewhere else where it says, while trustees encourage dialogue over differing points of view, they shall still engage with care and respect. So I don't know if that's something different than what you're in, and maybe adding on the dais as well, or on the dais. On the dais. Okay, so I want to bring I I hate to judge the past, but it helps when people know, like, maybe even Dr. Ellsbury, you may have been a consultant with the district back in a situation that was very negative, and it helps to have an example. I know that Mr. Parker gave us one, or, kind of try to frame it for us. And I appreciate this language because some of us actually lived the situation where there was a trustee that went rogue and was inappropriate with visiting schools unannounced, was inappropriate to the point, it's on record, it's public, with staff, and to the point where the superintendent at that time actually created language and protocols to have that individual not be visiting campuses unless he was, there's the gender, that they were accompanied by personnel. I think that's really important that this is understood why this is necessary, because we do have individuals that will do whatever they want and they will cross the bounds and they will break the law. We lived other trustees on this past 2 years, that have broken the law. So it's in governance. It's a framework. There's always a way in another avenue. You can make a complaint with the Ethics Commission if you have a concern. You can contact your district attorney if there's someone breaking the law. So I just want to say, like, even though it's not here present and it's not clearly defined, there are other avenues for people to, I would say, pathways to eradicate situations that are happening with said trustees.
Yeah, if I can, just a little addition. These policies, again, and you might recollect this from the training that we've done together. And yes, I was aware of those, the history, what can happen, not in many districts across the country, and many that I've worked with. And what these policies reflect good governance. They reflect, this is what boards do who are very effective. This is what boards do and how they behave and how they speak respectfully in districts that are successful, even linked to student performance success, who have good relations, appropriate relations with their superintendent, that leads to longevity of staff, administration, et cetera, the kind of stabilization that makes districts successful over the long haul, sustainable improvement. And it also speaks to data that indicates that this is what boards do. We see the public having more general faith and trust in the board and support of the board. It eliminates chaos amongst the board and so forth, and builds trust. So many of these policies, yes, I won't deny they are restricting the board member to behave in certain ways. And those ways are not subjectively put in this language. They're intentionally put in here to indicate the kinds of behaviors that affected boards use. And so I would have to say that I would continue to endorse this. So, specifically, even if as a board member you think the superintendent is, or a staff member or a principal or one of your other board members is terrible, horrible, and even if you disagree with a policy that's been approved, I think this language is intended to be balanced, so show that you can appropriately say that I didn't support that particular policy, I voted against it, I think that's fine. But to begin using disparaging, negative words, attacking individuals and so forth, it creates contention and dissension. I've even seen cases where if the language is changed to sort of only delineate that you have to behave, in this way only at the board meeting or at the dais, I've even seen board members get up during public comment and walk over to the podium and then say, I'm now not a board member, I'm now a member of the public, and then begin to dress down their board members. So I think there's a point of danger in saying, well, now I'm taking the board hat off so I can I can berate the district for which I'm a governing trustee for. I don't think that's effective, and I couldn't endorse that. But I think it's appropriate to make sure that we have procedures and processes in place that because I think there can be a difference of opinion in what is negative and what is not considered negative by one person or the other. And that's why we have these steps in place so that can be brought before multiple different board members, and then eventually to the full board if there is a disagreement that a board member said something or did something that was or wasn't appropriate. And we leave it to the full board to make that determination then.
Thank you, Dr. Alsbury. Trustee Johnson.
Yeah, one, we agreed to decorum, like when we took the responsibility here. So I think we have to make sure that we look at the policies, understand that it's required both on the dais and outside of it. I think the question was asked, can we add something that says on the dais to kind of limit the scope of where our responsibility is? And I think that's irresponsible. I'm sorry for using the word twice, but it is irresponsible to say we're only going to be thinking about our responsibility as a public servant, as a member of a person that's going to be looked to make decisions for 100,000 students only when I am sitting up here, because that's actually not realistic either, because people will come to us at various points in time and say, you are representing the district always. And so the only time something truly is private is when you are with a person who's not going to put it on the front of the paper. And so to that end, if you are with a group of friends who might record it, if you are at an elementary school, if you are saying it in a place where your words will then be connected back to this body, it's all connected. And so I think to try to limit our scope of responsibility to just the seat is unrealistic. So I think to keep it as this is how we behave as we are sitting, as we are shouldering this responsibility is what's required of us. If we don't want that requirement, and we all have our private opinions about a variety of things, those get shared after you are out of this seat. Just like the superintendent, I'm sure she has opinions about a variety of things, but she appreciates her job, and so she doesn't say those in public if she doesn't believe that those are what are going to keep her employed, right? So, and just like I'm employed by somebody too, I can't go around saying all the things I want to think or want to say because I'm employed, and that's just like the responsibility I have as a person employed. And so when you take on a seat, sorry for opining, but like I feel really strongly that we are representing this seat in all spaces at all times. And so it's not reasonable to think we can limit it just to when we are, writing a board email or sitting on the board at a board meeting. It is here, there, and everywhere.
So it sounds like we have one person that said, I would like to make a recommendation to add some verbiage so that it's specific, like when we're on the dais, and now we're having another recommendation that says, no, I think we should leave that alone, and gave his reason. So I want to continue with the what we're doing, which is recommendations and questions, because we've been on this policy for a little while. So Trustee Biasotti.
Thank you, Madam President. Very quickly, going back to number 6, I would be in favor of removing all of it except the last line, because anything else is unrealistic. Determining or trying to cover the scope of how a trustee behaves, whether they go home, and I don't engage in that, but if someone were to have a confrontation or flip someone off, or, that I think that should be up to each trustee how they conduct themselves. I don't think it should be part of a policy. The last line, which says, while trustees encourage dialogue over differing points of view, they shall engage with care and respect. That alone should be enough to cover that item, in my opinion. Thank you.
Trustee Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I think it was something very important that I remember Dr. Alsbury had told us, that if you wanted to be more in the weeds of an item, that you would get employed by the district. And just for clarification, trustees appointed and elected are not employees of the district. And so I think it's very important that that is differentiated and that we are not governed by employee policies. And so I just want to make that clarification that we are either appointed or elected.
And so I think it's, maybe there might be something where we can say when you have your trustee cap on, when you're on a school campus, when you're at a district event, there may be some wording that we can add to number 5, and I guess we'll just let that marinate.
So I'm going to have Mr. Caruso go ahead and give us a recap. I do think there are some things that we discussed that are great for marination purposes. So, Mr. Caruso.
Madam President, it sounds like 5 and 6 are marinating for sure. So to summarize quick and high level, I think those are the two biggest areas. I do want to point out again that in this policy, we have one reference to the handbook, just to put it on the record that again, we'll have to bring back. But those were the two that I captured the most conversation on, was 5 and 6.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. BP 9100, public bodies. Our policy would be GP3, GP15. Trustee Johnson.
All right. So this policy helps us helps us determine what public bodies are and then why we need those public bodies. Helping us expand our reach, understanding different viewpoints, et cetera. And then it gets into the how and the who, so a little bit more of a detail. How do we create those bodies? Who's going to be on said bodies? How long will they last? How long will they stay as members of those public bodies, et cetera? And so the policy to me was relatively clear and straightforward. I didn't have any questions as I went through it 3 times and then once with Dr. Welsh. But if others have questions or comments, feel free.
You are 2 for 2, sir. There is no discussion, I see. So, good job. All right. You guys have been really patient with us. We're down to 2. All right, so our last 2, BP 9115, meetings of the Board of Trustees. Current policy would be GP9. Trustee Dominguez, let's go.
Let's roll. Okay. So this one, I dug in deep on this one. So one of the items that I wanted to bring to the board and just point out was item D, and it's on page 2, the consent agenda item. And so one of the biggest issues that I've been feeling as a trustee is during the trustee briefings, not the meetings, but the briefings, we have been limited to certain topics as designated by the leadership team and the superintendent team. And so I just wanted to bring in that clarification that during the trustee briefings, which it mentions, come to the briefings, and then I expected to attend scheduled briefings, trustee briefings, and ask clarifying questions. I wanted to add some verbiage and get your consensus on not being limited by the consent agenda item or limited by the board team or the superintendent. The second one was page 3. It was, so that one. It was the first sentence here, balanced participation with everyone participating, no one in the board dominating. I kind of felt like this might, and I might just be worn down here from all this other times, but I think it was really important to include something about respecting each other's time. I know that's been mentioned in a few other policies, so I don't know if that's worth mentioning, but I think since this is the agenda policy, that it should mention some sort of respecting each other's time. And then going down a little bit further, it says monitoring policies to facilitate accountability and assurances. So I just wanted to make sure that we're complying with operational, I wrote operational protocols, so maybe I got that one. Oh, I'm sorry, one more. Comply with board policy, board conduct. So I was kind of just operational protocols as far as like comply with that. So that's where I wanted to get the consensus on the board, was that operational protocols and how we conduct those protocols. And then I added from the last one was the superintendent, man, I hope Joe was keeping track of that, the issue with the superintendent to being added to this agenda is what I wrote, so I think it was on another policy that we talked about, Joe.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Dominguez. I don't see anybody else in the queue, so I actually have a comment. I'm going to push back a little on the consent agenda item that you discussed because like right after that, you talked about respecting each other's time, which I think is why that item is that way and why it's in the policy that if there's something in briefing that is not addressed, but you have a question about it, if you send an email and you ask about it, this staff, then you kind of get your own one-on-one briefing on that item, which is nice. I think maybe, and correct me if I'm wrong, but maybe what you're looking for is like timing, that you're getting that answer in a more timely manner. Sometimes I know that you might ask a question, and that's not on here, not that I see. I could be wrong because I breezed through it. But it's possible that like if you're getting that information, you know, the day before the meeting, and let's say you're like, oh, no, I want to pull that. Well, now you've lost your, according to our new policies, like you would have lost your window. So I think like as long as that timeline can match what the policy says about even pulling items from consent, I think that would help with the respecting of each other's time and then be able to leave that. That's just, that would be my recommendation.
Yeah, thank you. Can I respond?
Yes.
I just want to point out here, so there's not really a wording to say that we are limited, but we are being limited, if that makes sense. So, and this is for, and this item is discussing the briefing. So if you read the item here, it says to ensure board attends consent agenda items as expeditiously as possible, trustees are expected to attend scheduled trustee briefings and ask clarifying questions regarding briefing topics. From my understanding, this is my time to be able to ask clarifying questions regarding the items. However, maybe it might be wording, but briefing topics, because we're limited with briefing topics, we're not able to ask a question. And for example, for the public to know, it's consent agenda item, you know, 2 point whatever, 2.10 or whatever, it'll be A, B, C, D, E, F, G. So if we're only given A and B and I have a question on F, I just don't want to be limited to that time when that is my time to be able to ask questions versus doing that on the dais here. So, yeah.
So 2 recommendations there. Trustee Esparza Stoffergan.
I want to go back to the comment you made, Trustee Dominguez, about respecting time of all. Some of the briefings can be between an hour and a half, sometimes 2 hours for each group. And there, I believe, are 4 groups, 3 groups, okay. So that's consuming a lot time from the staff to have to engage with us. There is a mechanism for us, let's say, I hear what you're saying, like if we can't ask about certain things, but we can always follow up in an email, and that's just what's in place, because I don't want, I apologize, I love our staff, but I do not want to have 3-hour briefings. It's just not respectful of their time either to get the work done. So I don't know if there needs to be any additional language to say that that is the mechanism for us to follow up. And also I have, and will say that whenever there's additional things that need to be addressed or opportunities, our superintendent has been that individual that we can reach out to her directly. She's been very accessible and responsive in addition to the board staff.
Thank you. Trustee Barone.
Oh, no, excuse me. I think, Madam President, you and Trustee Ramona Stoffergan have already answered my question, or actually made my point.
Thank you, Trustee. Trustee Bustamante Adams.
Thank you, Madam President. I agree with my 2 colleagues that just made statements, but I would also say because we have not, as a new team, developed our district goals yet, you know, the stuff that was back in policy 9081 regarding, you know, the reports that we would be getting, I know a lot of it, we're doing this stuff a little backwards, and that's just the cards that we've been dealt, right? We had to, when you were talking about onboarding and training of new trustees, it should have happened in January, but we were doing a superintendent search, and we had to grow up very quickly. And so I just, hopefully as we develop our pattern, you won't have that sense of being limited, but I also I don't feel restricted at all. I feel like if I need something from the superintendent, I have full authority to ask, and I don't utilize that 1 hour and a half with the briefing to be a burden to my other team members. So I don't feel restricted at all, but I know it's difficult right now for us because we're doing a lot of things that should have already been in place before, and we inherited that, so.
Trustee Cavazos.
Okay, I'm going to take advantage of Trustee Bustamante Adams making a comment instead of a question, so I'm going to just roll with that. I was going to ask Trustee Dominguez. I know something that is hard for me sometimes, you know, like with work and other obligations. They send out a draft copy from our board office, and there is something on there, and it's really hard to catch. Sometimes we don't have much time, but it basically just says, if you have any questions, please contact the president or the vice president. And a couple of times, not that many times, I have done that and said, oh, you know what, I have a question about this. Do you think this could be included on the briefing agenda, you know? And this is before they even do their agenda review. So maybe that could be something that we could utilize more often. Sometimes it's really hard to catch with all the emails that we get. That's all.
I appreciate that. Oh, sorry. I appreciate that, Trustee Cavazos, because I do look at that, and it's difficult to see the item without the reference material. And so, you know, when you just see the title consent agenda, okay, well, I'd like to see the entire consent agenda. So, you know, we have item A, B, and C, D, and then the other just kind of wording here, it says, you know, trustees are expected to ask clarifying questions. And so to me, that means that is my duty, is to do my homework, which I do, and ask those clarifying questions. And I recognize that not, you know, everybody wants a quick meeting, but this is a very important position that I think we should take seriously. And I think asking those clarifying questions is very important, and having that oversight. And maybe it's just asking the questions, and then staff will respond later if maybe we can come to that ground. But I think it's important to ask the question. And I do appreciate, we'll say staff has added an additional piece to the consent agenda, kind of detailing, where this is coming from, why we're doing it, what happens if we don't do it. So I appreciate that addition. That's helped me and helped a lot of questions be filtered out faster. But I think we should be able to at least ask the clarifying questions, because the policy says trustees are expected.
Trustee Biasotti, to wrap it up.
Thank you, Madam President. I think it really just does come down to priorities. And we have to prioritize the importance of actually discussing meticulously these topics that are very important, as opposed to taking into consideration the time of the people in attendance. But there should be a happy medium where you should be able to discuss anything, any topic, but within a timely manner. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Actually, at this point, I would like just to point out that we do have we also have small groups. I don't know if the public knows this. We actually have small group discussions with our superintendent on a timely basis. So if we have, any questions, if we don't understand some nuance regarding, for instance, how we acquire or how, for instance, a contract for a building to be renovated is awarded, right, we can ask at that time with our superintendent. We can also, again, float questions to our board liaison, who will also get us the information in a timely fashion. Just getting through those, I've done staff reports on agenda items for a long time, and it needs to be in a timely fashion, and, whether it's at the City of North Las Vegas or at RTC or any other board you're at. These board briefings should be very strictly towards that. If you have something that's related to it, you can ask the questions and get the answers, again, sent to us from the board liaison. So I would definitely like to see these recommendations go as published. As suggested.
Okay, so I'm definitely hearing recommendations. Some are contradictory to others. So it's definitely something to marinate on. I do think that it's important to note, because we are going to have to come to a decision. This team has to come to a decision on these things, and I think it's important to note that these governance policies are there for us to govern, right? So the idea is to have boundaries in place that allow us to move forward and to be effective. So I just want to keep that in mind as we move forward, and because next meeting will be no more marinating. We got to make decisions. So do you want to give us a quick recap of the recommendations that you heard on that one, and we'll move to our final policy?
Madam President, so two things real quick. So I think that we already have in policy 9110 meeting protocols, which was the first batch that we brought in January. There's a whole section in there about adding agenda items. So I think that's where your point, Trustee Dominguez, is. So I think leaving that, because that's clearly defined, to address that point. And then the other two things on the consent, letter D, and then the page 3, complying with operational protocols. So I have those circled as well.
Thank you. All right, team, look at us. Last one, BP 9500, residency of a trustee. That would be GP 19 for us. Trustee Henry, let's do it.
All right, good evening, everyone. This should be relatively straightforward because it's governed by Nevada revised statutes. So this is about residency of trustee and vacancies on the board. If you move, we just want to make sure that you are very transparent on where you have moved to. If it is not within your district, you need to make sure you let our board council know, the board president knows. Every district needs to be represented. If you move, just be honest. And if it's not in the district or in the state, just be honest. And if you fail to report that your resident is within the district, you can be asked to resign by the board president. And if you refuse to resign, then it will be turned over to the Clark County District Attorney's Office for investigation and or prosecution. It's pretty straightforward. Pretty straightforward. And then the vacancies as well. There are NRS statutes that we follow. Does anyone have any questions?
I guess we do.
Oh, here we go.
Trustee Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I guess when I was reading this, we all have past trauma. What I'm looking for, baby, is clarifying what does it mean, what is moves, what is, because obviously you can retain a home here and purchase another home somewhere else. So, what does, maybe we need to clarify, like, must be in the district a certain number of days. I saw further down it said, for a new trustee applying or somebody applying to be a trustee, they had to be within the district within 30 days. maybe not leaving the district for 30 days. I don't know what, I don't know if there's language we can clarify, like you can't just leave the district for X amount of days. Maybe that's something we need to include, because that's purchasing a home somewhere else or moving somewhere else and then flying back and forth for meetings is not, that's not how it works.
Trustee Henry?
I would like to defer to legal counsel. Mr. Parker, if you don't mind.
Again, Teddy Parker, for the record, this comes straight from the statute. I don't know what more I can really add to it. The only explanation I would suggest, if you really want to do a deep dive, is typically us lawyers and those who are just really interested and have nothing else to do, we go to the legislative intent behind the statute, but there's really, I wish I could give you more on this, Trustee Dominguez.
From
but-
my understanding, to be a Nevada resident, any district, you must live there for 30 days. So does that mean somebody not live in the district for 30 days means you no longer live there?
Well,
Or
that's-
returns, because, okay, so we had a trustee that had moved residence
Something happened.
and was flying back and forth for meetings. There was an investigation, it's all very public. What would be considered moves or change address if the person retains a home here?
All right. So I'm assuming there's some history here that I'm not aware of.
There's very public history.
I feel that I'm being baited into this one.
There's very public history, yes, thank you.
Okay, so I'm not familiar with the public history behind it. I will tell you what I would do. If that was posed to me, I would first go to the statute. If I had any questions about that, then I'd go to the legislative history on it. If I had any questions beyond that, if I couldn't figure it out, which I would be surprised if I couldn't, then I'd probably go to the registrar's or the district attorney's office and figure it out. But I can't imagine that someone else couldn't have figured this out. And what I also could not imagine is that if you're moving, that there would be some documentation that would follow, an actual license. Everywhere. We're getting help from the audience at this point. But my point is, there would be ways to determine where you live, where you're claiming your residence to be. And that would be the defining information we would use to determine whether or not you should sit on this board. I don't know if that's helpful, but certainly that's what would happen. So, since I don't know the history that you're referring to, let's ask Dr. Alsbury if he's ever encountered this situation. But that's the answer.
Yeah, again, I think I would leave it, my recommendation would be to leave it as, item number 1 says, it's a responsibility in terms of the trustee residing in the district, that it's per Nevada statute. And so I think that covers it. I would agree with counsel. What I've seen when this has popped up is this needs to go through channels as the council has indicated, to clearly define, when somebody is in residence or not in residence. And that would be handled again by attorneys and by the district attorney and that kind of thing if there was a question about it. But I think because there are so many potential convolutions as you're describing about, second homes and is this my main residence or that my main residence? I think to attempt to try to define every single situation that might pop up is probably impossible to do in a policy like this. If there was a simple answer, then you could just put a certain number of days, but I don't know that there is. And so that's why we cover it by saying per Nevada statute. And that's been my experience. It always ends up going to a district attorney or to someone in the legislature to eventually define each situation. And in some cases, if everybody disagrees, it goes to court and a judge makes the final decision. So that's been my experience.
Thank you, Dr. Alsbury. So just a quick reminder to the team, that asked and answered, like, I hope we're not gonna spend the next 20 minutes answering the question that was just answered. So do we have more questions or recommendations? Trustee Henry, your mic is still up. Did you have a second?
Oh, my apologies, Madam President. I just wanted to, reiterate what everyone else has said. If you move, just notify us. There's steps in here. It's laid out, it's pretty simple. If you move and if you register your child at another school out of state, and if you pay your taxes somewhere else, then you're no longer a resident here. And it's just important for us to remain in compliance. That's it.
Thank you. Trustee Barone.
Thank you, Madam President. I would defer. I think I would accept our legal counsel's recommendation on this one. That look, NRS pretty well defines what a resident of our state is, and there's been a long list of public servants who have violated this and been held accountable. A county commissioner, an assemblyman that I can think of that represent North Vegas. Yeah, well, again, a whole bunch of them. The big difference is, what I don't see on here is anything that addresses, or I guess you could kind of like actually read it under, I think under the other trustees' ethics here. The last person, I think, had help from other members of the board, which is why that person was able to keep their seat of power here. And until that was addressed by by an investigation by Metro and by the district attorney's office, I think she got the message, and but nothing was ever addressed. Well, actually, no, there was an ethics complaint that nothing ever happened with. But that person was aided and abetted by I would say by members of this former board.
Point of order. Can we return to the
No, he's on
discussion?
topic, but we are asking for recommendations and questions, but he is on topic. Thank you, Trustee.
This is good. It's pretty straightforward. There's not much wiggle room here. I think it's fantastic.
Thank you. Trustee Cavazos.
Okay, I want to break a speed record here. I just wanted to clarify it with the statute. The 30 days refers that when you are applying, to run for trustee or to be appointed, that you have to have lived in your district for 30 days. It does not apply to after you're appointed or elected, that you can live here for 30 days, go to Omaha and live there for 30 days, and then come back and live here for 30 days. It does not apply to that. That's just with, when you are starting out. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee. Trustee Biasotti.
Thank you, Madam President. For me, it looks like this comes down to suspicion versus determination. C, D, E, and F appear to be actions taken before a formal investigation has concluded. So I would like to see something that this is post an investigation and not before. Thank you.
Did you get that, Mr. Caruso? Sounded like a recommendation. Yeah, exactly. My thoughts exactly was your facial expression. Can you clarify, Trustee Biasotti, what you mean about before and after? You're saying section C, D, E, and F? Is that what you said?
Yes. They appear to be actions that are taken before it mentions an investigation has been initiated against for suspicion of a trustee not residing in her district. So my recommendation would be to have these steps following an investigation after it has concluded that the trustee no longer lives in the district, before the trustee is asked to resign and she's asked, or he or she is asked to respond to the board president, provide an explanation. All of those steps should come after something substantial that is beyond just a mere suspicion.
Okay, so I understand what you're saying now. I think an easy way, like if we're talking about verbiage so that it is not just suspicion, but it's actually determined, you can use the word determined. So like in section C, I'm wondering if it is determined that the new residence or address is not within the Is that fair? Okay. So I think that would be the recommendation. Thank you. And Trustee Dominguez.
Just very quickly, I noticed on page 2 that it referenced a lot of NRSs directly, and just to clean up the verbiage, to maybe just say Nevada statute instead of the actual wording on the verbiage on the NRSs.
Okay, so that is that. I would like to ask Mr. Caruso to give us a quick recap.
Trustee Stephen, or President, or Madam President, my apologies. So if determined, letter C, and then Nevada statutes for 5, and then through the rest of 5, to check on the NRS for those. That's it that I have.
Thank you, Madam President. I had requested, maybe we marinate on this, but kind of defining what move resident or change address is.
So I think it's starting to feel a little like wordsmithing. So what I would do, Trustee Dominguez, if you don't mind, if you can put that in an email and send it to Mr. Caruso. That's what we have on the thing, is like, if it's, I understand what you're saying, but I also know that, like council stated, it's NRS. We can't define more than what NRS has defined, is my understanding. But if you want to marinate on it more, I would put it in an email and we can discuss it and see if that is in fact the case. Is that fair?
From my understanding, NRS only defines becoming a resident, not becoming a resident.
So let's marinate on that. Okay, so, I didn't see, so I see what happens when I take off my glasses. Go ahead, Trustee Esparza-Straffergan.
Mr. Caruso, there was some legislative, there was a BDR that was suggested regarding this topic. So we can look at that for some language. It did not pass, but it is, their language is there, just to help you out.
Nice tip, thank you. Okay, for everybody in the audience who waited this long, your passion is commendable. We appreciate your patience. And if you have not filled out a card, this is the time, because I'm gonna cut it off so we can get through this. Okay, everybody good? Let's get, what's that? Yep, let me, oh, sorry, Joe's still up here.
No,
He's got something for us.
2 seconds. So just to clarify on the record, in case we missed a policy, so these are all the policies that have the handbook or the superintendent evaluation manual, 9062, 9070, 9062, 9070, 9080, 9081, 9088, and 9100. Just in case we missed, I know we were going fast, so.
Thank you for putting that on the record. Appreciate it. Because I failed to do that. I'm sorry. I had the document. Thank you, Joe. Okay, so we're going to close out 2.04. Super proud of this team. That was a lot to get through. Let's open up 3.01, public comment on items not listed as action items on the agenda. We're going to start with those that signed up prior to the meeting. First, we'll have Ms. Nicole Beer come on up. And you're going to have to forgive me. I'm not always great with names, but I have Condon. Yes. Yes, ma'am. You will be next. Okay? Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
I'm sorry, Nicole Beer for the record, co-founder and executive director of Reed Feely, Nevada, and CCSD teacher. Firstly, in this 100th year anniversary of Black History Month, let me say that The Hate You Give by Angela Thomas is an award-winning book and is absolutely wonderful, and I will not let anybody on that dais take her roses today, particularly during this month. There's nothing I'm going to say today that will sway the minds and hearts of you who don't agree with my commitment to social justice and our school libraries. It is important and has been stressed enough and often in these board meetings to address you as a group, so I will do so. Are you all racists, bigots, homophobes? Do you believe I'm a groomer, a human trafficker, and pedophile? Do you think that ICE is doing a great job and was justified in murdering innocent people in the streets? Do you all believe that you should decide for all children what books they should read and not their parents? Do you believe that trans children should be unalived? Do you believe that psychotropic medication is turning children trans? Do you believe that vaccines don't work? Do you believe that Donald Trump wasn't tried and convicted of 34 felonies? Do you believe that women, differently abled, Black, brown, and Asian people should not be in our library books? Do you believe that queer parents should be unalived? Do you think that queer teachers and staff shouldn't have a job with a school district? Do you think that your one employee has a responsibility to provide a non-hostile work environment for employees? Even me, even Ruben DeSalva, or the transgender teacher who was doxxed, dead name, and accused of being a prostitute last fall. Would you have joined the Nazi Party in World War II Germany? Would you have hidden Anne Frank and her family? Or would you have ratted them out to the SS? You're a team. So if you don't make it known that you don't support that team, then I will treat you as such. Silence is complicity. So I say to you all, the team, liar, traitor, racist, homophobe, and rancid. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Condon. After Ms. Condon, it'll be Pamela Henderson. And please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Candon Rizwanijad, and I'm the school librarian at Hal Smith Elementary School. And I've been in education for 20-plus years. I come from a family of educators, and I just want to inform you from what we do on a daily basis at schools. I scan about 520 books every day for the kids that they come check in and out. And I honestly didn't have time, excuse my language, but I didn't have time to go use the restroom from 7 o'clock in the morning till like 5 o'clock in the afternoon. That's what we do on a daily basis for these children. And we did home visits yesterday. And going to the students' home, and they're seeing their faces brighten up. They didn't have much in their homes, but bringing the book to me and said, you get me this book, you got me this book, I read it. It means the world to me. So I just wanted to let you know that we do so much at schools to provide literacy, which is the backbone of education. Everywhere, literacy is. So it's very difficult to do our job, but I'm honored to do it. However, I want this literacy and library to always be strong with CCSD. That's all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to call up Ms. Pamela Henderson. And after Pamela will be Robin Carpenter. Pamela Henderson? She left? Oh. Okay, how about Robin Carpenter? Please state your name for the record.
Good evening. My name is Robin Carpenter, and I have been a CCSD teacher librarian for 14 years. I wanted to thank Dr. Mansell and his team for the overview of Regulation 6150 itself that was provided for you tonight. I'm here not to talk about the paper of 6150, but the practice and how this regulation positively affects student learning and achievement, especially among our brown and black students. While diversity seems to have become a four-letter word to some, perhaps even to some on this dais tonight, there's no denying that CCSD serves an ever more diverse student population, and that diversity must be reflected in our school libraries, not just because of what's often derided as a woke agenda, but because it increases reading achievement among our students. Research shows that students comprehend texts more deeply when those texts include characters and topics that match their cultural knowledge and backgrounds. And those backgrounds, by the way, may include negative experiences with law enforcement. When children are interested in what they're reading, they read more. When they read more, they read better, and their reading achievement scores go up. I see it all the time in my own library. The child who's excited when a character in a book has the same name as her, or the family in the book has experiences that match their own, or they check out a book about a country they've been to or a holiday they celebrate. They leave with books that they're excited to read, that they'll likely read more than once, and that will help them grow as readers. The connections between diversity and reading achievement are so essential that they are included as part of our Nevada academic content standards for the library. These are standards that we are responsible for teaching. Standards like, I can listen to diverse texts to learn about self and community. I can make connections between content and personal experiences. I can reflect on the question, where do I fit within my classroom community? I can recognize that diverse perspectives come from using a variety of sources. Those standards, by the way, kindergarten standards. So, from the get-go, the state itself recognizes the importance of providing diverse materials and perspectives to students in order for them to learn and achieve. As you heard in tonight's presentation, it's a misconception that parents don't have a voice in the materials that are available in school libraries. As you heard, every school is required to have a library media center committee, and that's because every school is different. There's no one-size-fits-all for library books. Just some of those things that I'd like for you to remember. The Regulation 6150 protects our students from just like misguided obstruction. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Stephanie Kinsley. After Stephanie, it'll be Naomi Abrego.
Hi, my name's Stephanie Kinsley. I'm one of the Moms for My Children's advocate. It's a lot to follow. I would like to say the real racists are the white women who are virtue signaling on behalf of Black people like they're the Black savior. Black people are just as capable as doing anything. They don't need white people to assist them. We need discuss Ruben, whatever his name is. We need to have a higher standard for our teachers. If we have teachers in our school who can't explain the difference between illegal and legal, and that ICE isn't kidnapping people because kidnappers don't take you home, then we're really failing. And I can see why our schools are failing if this is what's working inside of them. If you go outside of a school, you know this isn't normal, and you know the average parent doesn't do this. We make memes about these people, and you know it. The same people who got off on masking children, pull up your mask, even though they're going to sit and say they're so smart and have degrees. What degree made you think fabric was going to stop a virus, or that depriving children of oxygen is healthy? These are the same women who claim to care about health and vaccines, but your back says otherwise. This is the same people who are on SSRIs and their kids are gender confused because of the home life. We know there's no gay gene. We know there's no trans gene. We see that there's a correlation between unhealthy, overbearing mothers, absent and weak fathers, and child abuse thrown in, causing these gay children. These children are not born trans. It is some weird epidemic being pushed. It's an agenda being pushed by all the way down. We know our government is corrupt. We know it. We know from the president down to Congress, mayors, down to school board people. We know elected officials sell out. And we see what it looks like when they sell out. And we know they're selling it. These people fund murder with their union dues. They don't care about Black lives. They're happy to have them killed in Planned Parenthood. We need to get people back to Jesus.
Stephanie?
Yes.
I'm going to pause your time really quickly. I love your passion, and I'm glad that you're here speaking.
They got up and called us Nazis.
What I will ask of you, hold on.
Murder of babies.
Hold on, this is our business meeting.
Okay.
I'm going to ask something of you.
Okay.
Can you try not to address the audience? That's not part of our business meeting. You are here to address us as a board, and that's what I'm going to ask you to do.
I am addressing the teachers in the school, and if the mirror offends them, it's not my fault. If the mirror offends them, if reflecting back the racist, mentally deficient things they do, no one lived through COVID and think that went well, but these people do.
Okay, so you're addressing the audience again.
I'm talking everybody in our schools.
Stephanie,
Okay. I'm saying, not these teachers, the teachers in CCSD. I'll specify. The teachers in CCSD, whether they're in this room or not, we have something really terribly broken. Really, and I think it's the same reason Kash Patel and his boyfriend moved here. There's something satanic and evil going on, and it's from the top all the way down to the schools. It is full of Satan and demonic forces, and we really need to address what's going on in the schools. Obviously, we don't need another white savior.
Okay, Naomi Abrego? No? Okay. Rakan Strameski? Did I say that right? Strameski, I apologize. Please state your name for the record.
Wow. Good evening, Good evening, Superintendent Ebert and Board of Trustees. My name is Rakan Strameski, and I am a teacher librarian at Harvey Dondero Elementary School. I have been a teacher for 20 years and a teacher librarian for the past 5 years. I am speaking today in regards to Resolution 6150, which currently provides a comprehensive and fair process for providing a safe and inclusive environment for diverse students access to books that represent our diverse populations without discrimination on the grounds of race, color or creed and religion, national or ethnic origin, sex, gender identity or expression, sexual orientation, disability, marital status, or age. This regulation was paired with Policy 6161 and was adopted in December of 2024 by the last Board of Trustees. I am not telling you anything new. If today's review of Resolution 6150 was truly for a review to remind board members and the community of its importance, then the outpour of support from teacher librarians all over the district and letters and emails that you have received should be evident of its extreme importance. However, if today's review has given due to a request or to revise or add in any way to this resolution, then I, as well as every teacher librarian, are extremely concerned. We have a working process that works with parents, and includes parents in decision-making in addition to a repeal process provided for them. Books in the library reflect each school's diverse population. Every population is different. Every library, every school in the school district has a different population. And it is our job as librarians to make sure that all of our students are represented in our libraries. We stand by Regulation 6150 wholeheartedly for the protection of our students, our school libraries, and that it continues to be a safe space and provide diverse and equitable access to books representing all students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Celestia Ward. After Celestia, we will have Julie Kemp.
Hello, my name is Celestia Ward. I'm here to speak on Regulation 6150, and we all saw the robust process that it lays out for our school library resources. My kid is a CCSD student who learned to read really early, but also has some special needs. The trust that I have with the teachers and others who work with us at the school is a vital part of my kid's education and progress. Excuse me, it's been a long 5 hours. Like many of you here, my formative years were shaped by the many books I read, whether assigned or for fun, in the school library. I look forward to my kid having the same freedom now and later, moving into the young adult literature and beyond. As an early reader, my kid might stumble upon a book that they can easily read, but which might not be mature enough, but which might not be the right material for them. They might not be mature enough to understand anything. Books, in short, that aren't suitable for a kid that age. Does that trouble me? Yeah, sure. But the amount it troubles me pales in comparison to how much it fills me with excitement. Because each time something like that happens, it unlocks an opportunity for learning, for parenting, and for connection. Kids don't all mature to some rigid timetable or even some parental timetable. They stumble their way up, and the school library is a safe place for them to start learning about many things in the world. But it should never be so safe that it shelters kids from information they need to grow. I've read over the Regulation 6150. I've sat through it here with you all again, and I was very pleased to see the rigorous process in place to both choose and challenge materials held at each school library. Teacher librarians are especially important as they know the books and they know the kids. Each book in the school library is there for a reason. Each has merit and the power to connect with a child. Maybe not every child, but no great work of art speaks to everyone. By expanding that circle of responsibility to a small school-based committee, and when complaints do come in, by keeping the books on the shelf during the review process, it forms a responsible, common-sense backstop against some of the targeted book banning efforts that we have seen in other states. Trustee Biasotti suggested that families might be moving away.
Ma'am, Miss
Yes.
Celestia, sorry.
Yes.
One of the things that we ask our folks when they do public comment is that they respectfully address the board as a whole.
Oh, very well.
We don't address individuals.
Okay.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you for telling me. It was suggested that families might be moving away from CCSD because of their inability to easily get books removed. I'd like to suggest that many more families are staying here and moving here because Nevada educators have a thoughtful, inclusive book policy. I would not support any future changes to 6150 that would allow for removal of books willy-nilly.
Thank you so much. Okay, let's move on to Julie Kemp. And after Julie will be Jane Audette. Julie, please state your name for the record.
Okay. Julie Kemp. My name is Julie Kemp. I'm a member of SURGE, speaking here today as an individual in support of Mr. Ruben De Silva. After hearing about the controversy surrounding Mr. De Silva, I watched his recent interview with the NAACP to get to know more about him and gain an understanding. In watching the interview, I can say that Mr. De Silva exemplifies what it means to not only be an incredible teacher, but a wonderful human. He speaks the truth with kindness and from the heart. He teaches his students history, civics, and government, and allows them to use their own critical thinking to make their own decisions about what they have learned. He gives his students credit for their own ability to see what is going on in the world around them today and doesn't push his personal thoughts or personal political perspectives on them. Throughout the Valley, students and their families are experiencing real fear with what is going on with ICE, so students organized on their own and exercised their right to walk out to make their voices heard. Mr. De Silva created a video of the students exercising their civic duty and posted it to Instagram because he supported their right to expression. He did not mention what they were protesting, just that they took action. Their participation, as that is exactly what he teaches, and so that they can learn to be active participants in our democracy. Those are the facts. In a day and age where teachers are barely paid enough to survive, attempting to encourage termination of one who is a stand-up citizen, who fought for our country before he was even a U.S. citizen, and who obviously loves what he does, would be a travesty. We are already hurting for good teachers here in Las Vegas. I can say with 100% confidence that if Mr. De Silva was my child's teacher, she would absolutely love him. I know this because he reminds me of my daughter's favorite teacher. I urge you all to stick to the facts about Mr. De Silva and not be swayed by individuals or organizations with ulterior motives against Mr. De Silva, and to continue to do the same in the future, giving all CCSD teachers protection when they have not violated any policies. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jane? After Jane Audette, we will have Katie Harlan. Jane, if you would state your name for the record.
Jane Audette for the record. I'm a member of SURGE, but speaking as an individual. I'm here to support Assemblyman Ruben De Silva, who is also an educator, from baseless attacks by community members. They apparently are asking for his dismissal. I will let those who have spoken to you before me, because I know there have been many, and those who will come after me, to address the character of one of your finest instructors. I want to talk about something a little different but related. So I'm going to approach this humbly. I want to speak to what this situation might suggest to district administrators. How does it happen that a community group can use a positive social media post created privately and on the educator's own time as a violation of district policy that's worthy of termination? I don't know if this is willful posturing on the part of community members or if they're just trying to exert some sort of level of control. I don't know. I don't actually care. The fact is, though, that there are specific conduct guardrails that I know you have in place for teachers regarding political activity. I know that's been worked out in many difficult situations. I think those guardrails could be made clear not just to teachers, but to the community as well, so that we know how this works, right? Clear expectations create safe spaces for teachers to function as professionals, while also maintaining their rights as citizens. Educators should not have to give up a passion for citizenship just because they entered the profession. The rules and the expectations for what teachers can do politically could be clarified and communicated to the public. Then when educators are vilified and attacked by community members, the district could assure a very timely investigation, followed by statements to the public, such as no disciplinary action was taken or the employee remains in good standing if there's no wrongdoing found. Unless the district begins to take these measures, I really worry that community members are going to continue to go after our educators for any grievance that they imagine. They're causing harm, they're wasting taxpayer money, and all of our time for constantly defending and putting out ridiculous fires. We understand the district really is committed to focusing on accountability and transparency, and we're glad for that. This might be a really good place to start.
Thank you. Katie? After Katie is going to be Barbie O'Quinn.
Hello, everyone. My name is Katie Harlan, and I am a member of Surge, and I'm also a CCSD mom. And I'm here because I always tell my kids, and I try to teach them to always do the right thing. And the right thing right now is standing up for students when they're being demeaned, and standing up for teachers like Ruben De Silva when they're being attacked by fringe groups. I recently heard Superintendent Ebert talking about the role of educators being to create critical thinking, ensure that students are able to analyze information, have a voice, and own their learning. And the students that participated in the recent demonstrations did just that. I, as a mom of a CCSD student, am so proud of them. I'm also very proud of Mr. De Silva. When these students were criticized, he stood up for them. He affirmed their right to learn, right to participate in our democracy, and then also in their innate right to be treated with dignity. Mr. De Silva is a combat wounded U.S. Marine and a Purple Heart recipient. He began his schooling at community college and somehow remarkably got his degree at UPenn and Yale. And I can't think of a more qualified educator or a more inspiring story for our students. And with all of those qualifications, I'm sure that he had endless opportunities, but he came home. He chose to come back to CCSD to serve our community as a teacher and a public servant. When we stand by and let those attacks happen against him, the message isn't about harsh accountability. It's about selective censorship. It lowers the education quality at CCSD, and quite frankly, it's embarrassing. We have to be a destination district. And in order to do that, we have to build trust, we have to build a reputable reputation, and we also have to stand with our educators, specifically ones that are raising the bar within CCSD. So I'm going to close with just saying that I'm here and I'm standing with an amazing community, and I'm asking you all to protect our reputation, to grow our reputation, to improve it, that your actions also do not allow students to be disparaged, you don't allow people to attack your teachers, and that you are raising the bar at CCSD and not lowering it. Our kids are counting on you. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbie,
Hi,
go ahead.
I'm Barbie O'Quinn. I'm here because I feel deeply about the students of Clark County and the kind of civic education we offer them. I want to speak in support of Mr. Ruben De Silva, an educator whose work has helped many young people discover their own voice and their own place in our community. Recently, concerns have been raised about his approach in the classroom. I understand that parents want to feel confident about what their children are learning. We all do. But what I've seen and what so many students and families have experienced is a teacher who encourages curiosity, not conformity. He doesn't tell students what to think, he teaches them how to think. He gives them the tools to research, to question, to debate respectfully, and to form their own conclusions. This is the foundation of civic education. This is how my own daughters were taught, two very successful products of public schools. One is an attorney here in town, the other a university professor just 3 hours away. Young people today are inheriting a complex world. They want to understand how decisions are made, how communities solve problems, and how their own passions can lead to meaningful change. When a teacher helps them connect classroom learning to real civic engagement, that's not political. It's empowering. It's preparing them for adulthood. When students feel inspired to participate in their community, everyone benefits. These are our future voters, volunteers, and leaders. So tonight, I'm asking us to choose optimism, to choose trust in our students' abilities to think for themselves, and to choose to support those teachers who ignite that spark of civic curiosity. Let's build a district where students feel encouraged to explore big ideas and to believe their voice matters. This is how we strengthen our schools. This is how we strengthen our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Newcomb? Karen? No? Okay. Tanya Atterbury. After Tanya will be Mr. David Gomez.
Tanya Atterbury for the record. Just real quickly, we're going to set aside the race card and focus on content. I know that you'd mentioned that parents can't know what's in the libraries to challenge them because they didn't have prior access. So we've covered that. So thank you for the review of the regulation, and then thank you for opening up the libraries so people can see what's on the shelves. Under the existing policy, the real thing is when you challenge a book, once the parents can actually see what's on the shelves of the libraries, the meetings are behind closed doors, so nobody really knows what's being discussed. The same thing is that whoever picked the books are the ones that are going to be in the book challenging committee, which is counterintuitive. We all know that. They're all going to pick like-minded people that are going to be on their committees. That's why we want it to be more transparent and clear, and maybe having it to require public review because behind closed doors doesn't make sense. The final decision that is made if a book is going to stay on the shelf or not maybe should include you as elected officials because you are closest to the community. And maybe if you actually read the text, maybe you can see what is being asked to be removed and why if you feel comfortable reading some of these excerpts out of these books in an open meeting, then okay, then so be it. So maybe it's a book that stays on the shelf. That's all I'm saying. So I know the presentation says that sometimes the context, and I'm talking about context, not the race of the author or anything else. I'm talking about the context. If it's taken out of context, it's really hard to take these sometimes erotic sexual passages out of context when the material is describing in detail having sex of any kind. So that's what we're talking about when we're talking about the policy, being open, and all that kind of good stuff. I'm done with that. I'm here also to represent Nevada Learning Academy. There's been an issue that came up, so I'm here to defend them. Removal of an in-person psychologist from a Nevada Learning Academy is what has been done. I helped build the special education program for MVLA. I've been the special education counselor there for 5 years. 2 weeks ago, we were informed with no notice that we are not going to have an in-person psychologist for our IIP students when we have assessments. The person's going to be replaced with a virtual psychologist for special education assessments, response interventions, and multi-tiered supports. The problem with this is this. There's assumptions being made about our school, and the people that made the decisions are unaware of what our program is. So I want to make sure that you guys understand that we need an in-person psychologist. Do not take it away. I submitted all of this stuff in writing and why, so that you guys can read over it, but you cannot take away an in-person psychologist from our virtual.
Thank you. Mr. David Gomez, and then after you is Sir Cooper.
David Gomez, for the record, Nevada Peace Alliance president, former president of Wake Up with Marza Lewis, former deputy director for LULAC, father of 7 children, and a whole bunch of other things. Jesus said, "The truth will set you free, and free indeed you shall be." Those who have ears, let them hear what the word of the Spirit is saying. I'm going to be honest with you. If people want to fight about books, that's fine. Let them fight about books. If people want to address book issues, that's fine. Well, if they don't want their books removed from schools or libraries, then we need to put Bibles in there. I want nothing but Bible. It's a book. When you translate the word, it technically means books. That's what it means. But I guarantee you that if we put that in there, the fight is going to reverse really fast. We don't want our children reading that. We don't want our child picking that up. We don't want you indoctrinating our child. We didn't do that. We didn't do that at all. Librarian can't go suggest a Bible and say, take this Bible and do that. So I think that this should be a fair playing field. If we're not going to do it, we're going to put Bibles in there. And I believe that we should be able to do that. Secondly, I got a call today, as always, and somebody that's Hispanic that works for one of the yards told me that another person told them something that's African American. And I said, what happened? They said, well, I said, I got to rush, I got to get out of here. I got to get things done. I got to get this done. And the person walked up to him, being a field supervisor, said, yeah, you better hurry up before ICE gets you. What the heck? We don't do things like that. I will address it, but we don't do things like that. Secondly, I know Ruben Del Silva personally as a teacher. He taught my son. My son is a devout Republican. Ruben's a Democrat. They both get along just fine. They debate like no tomorrow, but they get along just fine, teacher to student. You know, when we start to look at some of the framework of our country and some of the things that have happened, and I'm pretty sure that legal understands this, Pickering versus the Board of Education in 1968. He said some things, but you got to really look at it. Then if he did violate some things, it was Garcetti. And that was another case too. These are case laws. I shouldn't have to teach nobody this, but Ruben is not a bad person.
Thank you. Sir Cooper? After Sir Cooper is Alan Hines.
Good night to the board people, because it's been a long day. First of all, my name is Sir Frank Cooper. I'm the president and founder of the African American Humor Award Society. I am probably the oldest person in this room, and I'm looking at the dais as the young lady directed us, is to address you guys. I'm looking at you guys, and I'm looking at every minority you can think of sitting on the dais. And I'm looking, and I'm thinking about how I grew up in the segregated South years ago. And everybody on this dais, everybody, every one of you, benefited from the dog beatings, the canes that we went through when I was young in Alabama. After marching with Dr. King as a kid, I have a scar on my leg right now because of what I went through, for every one of you to be where you are now. And are you teaching your kids this? Are you allowing them to be taught about what we went through in order for the women, for the Hispanics, for the Asians to have the positions in America that you do have off the backs of us? No, you're not doing that. Instead, you are buying into the propaganda that's running rapid in our country, brought about because of who? Because of a man that we call the President of the United States. And people are buying into his ideology without even reaching back, telling their children, I'm on the board of education in Las Vegas, and I'm a minority. I remember when women didn't have the right to vote. I remember when Hispanics didn't have the rights to vote. I remember when blacks didn't have the rights to vote. I remember when Asians did not have the rights to vote. And every one of you have those rights because of us as black people in America. Everybody benefited off the backs of us. And then you have people to come to these microphones and make discouraging remarks about minorities, when if it wasn't for the blacks, which was a minority in America, you wouldn't be sitting where you are now. So let's go back to school and let's teach our children where they came from and who benefited for them to have the opportunities they have. I am 73 years old and I am available to go to any school, would love to go to any school as a person to person and give your children the hands-on reports of what I lived through. And as you can see, I'll probably make it to about 80 or 90 and still look good. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Mr. Alan Hines. And then after Alan will be Anna Binder.
Good evening. My name is Alan Hines. I'm a member of SURGE, speaking tonight as an individual in support of Ruben Da Silva. When I heard that a complaint had been filed against Mr. Da Silva, it got my attention because while I was familiar with his name, I wasn't aware of his personal history. After learning that he was an immigrant, a Rancho High School graduate, a decorated Marine, a Yale master's graduate, and a current Nevada assemblyman, I could only think how fortunate our community is that he chose to return to Rancho High School to teach history. It would be wonderful if all of our teachers, including myself as a retired CCSD teacher, had such a strong resume. I tuned into the interview that Mr. Da Silva conducted with the president of our local NAACP chapter. I appreciated Ruben's calm demeanor and clear explanation of his behavior in the classroom. I especially appreciated his support for his students' critical thinking and ability to make their own decisions. Teaching students about their rights under the Constitution is an action to be commended. These students are our future leaders and caretakers, and they need to know. On the first day of the student walkouts and protests of brutal ICE activity, I posted a Facebook comment on one of the media threads to praise students for exercising their First Amendment right to protest when they see injustice. Many of the other comments on the same thread insulted students' intelligence, their ability to act of their own volition, and suggesting that they just wanted an excuse to cut class. We all need to ignore the comments of these detractors and encourage students to exhibit their best behaviors. I ask that the CCSD School Board continue to recruit, retain, and recognize teachers who believe in their students' rights and abilities and will provide them with the resources that they need in order to become the responsible citizens that we want them to be. Ruben Da Silva is one of those teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna Binder, and then after Anna will be Brian Harris.
I thought you lost my public speaker's card for a minute there. Thank you. Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert, Anna Binder for the record. The conversation tonight was really thoughtful, but good conversation isn't the same as good governance. The concern that I have and that I'm seeing here is oversight that's vague and reactive, not whether the board technically keeps authority on paper, but when that authority is exercised. If administration acts first based on interpretation or silence and the board steps in later only if something goes wrong, that's not governance, that's escalation. Oversight isn't about whether the board can intervene, it's about whether the board has to intervene. I think a lot of us in this room, we are tired of living in a reactionary system where we sit around and wait for damage to be done and then hear, oh, that was operational, sorry. That cycle erodes trust every single time. And when you guys all started this conversation, a year and some odd months ago, I thought that was the direction that we were going. But it does not sound like, from what I heard tonight, that that is any direction that this board is looking to go. Strong governance sets clear boundaries early, so intervention is rare. It doesn't rely on goodwill or personalities. It relies on structure that protects the institution. This isn't about intent or stopping progress. It's about clarity. If authority is shifting, it needs to be explicit, intentional, and owned by the full board, because good governance should prevent harm, not respond to it after the fact. And since I have a minute and 27 seconds left, most of you know I was the first parent in Clark County fighting to get our schools reopened during COVID. I stood and I begged how to get those schools reopened. When I stood there on the side of the road on Sahara begging for my child to go back to school, whose special education, nonverbal, needed every service this district was supposed to provide, when I was told he had to wear a mask, what do you think I did? I taught him to wear a mask so he could get his services back. It wasn't bowing to something political. It was because my child needed something, and there are over 40,000 children in this district that needed the same thing that he wasn't getting. It had nothing to do with politics. And when other people in this community couldn't delineate that, what do? You move on and you just keep working for the kids. So I just needed to make that clear because that has been misconstrued. And because I was the one who took that leadership in this community, I deserve the respect to it, not to be political. It was for the benefit of our most vulnerable children.
Thank you. Brian Harris. After Mr. Harris will be Mark Deffenbacher.
Thank you. My name is Brian Harris. I'm the creator of the Independent Black Voters on Facebook and Instagram. And also, I am a part of The Gathering, and I'm here with my friends from Surge, so I want to thank them for coming out. Wish I had been here a little earlier. I was here for 4 hours, but they got to say a lot that I was going to say, so I'm going to go off key a little bit and just tell you my experiences. I have known Ruben Da Silva for a long time. I consider him a friend. I was with him when he ran for office for Congress, and he lost. I was here when I saw him run and win at State Assembly. I've been in the classroom and I've seen how his students teach him. They love him. they learn from him. He makes them think. We need more teachers like Ruben Da Silva. We should not go out and let a small fringe group attempt to get rid of a person that goes in the tough spots and teaches kids. So I'm just here to say we support him. We, the people, support him. Because we find out a squeaky wheel gets the attention, and that's why that group was out here squeaking. A squeaking community will drown out that squeaking wheel. We want you to know he has done nothing wrong. We want you to know he's one of the best teachers in our district, and we need more people like him. So I won't take all my time because they said it all. Mr. Da Silva did nothing wrong. As a matter of fact, he did everything right. As a history teacher, he is supposed to explain history and give his students the ability to make their own decisions and be part of the solution. Thank you.
All right, Mark Diffenbacher, and then after Mark is Katrine Ivanov to close us out.
Hello, Mark Diefenbacher, member of Surge Las Vegas, speaking as an individual. We all want the same thing. For our schools to be places where every student, no matter their race, background, or gender, has the freedom to learn, think critically, and to grow into their full potential. That means protecting the educators who make that possible. But outside groups like Moms for Liberty, with agendas that do not reflect the values of this community, have sought to influence what happens in our classrooms. Their efforts risk undermining professional educators, narrowing what students are allowed to learn, and diverting attention from what truly matters, ensuring every student receives a high-quality, honest education in a safe, inclusive, and fully funded environment. The current attack on Ruben Da Silva is a clear example of that risk. The testimony you've heard today in support of Mr. Da Silva shows just how fortunate this district is to have an educator who is deeply committed to his students and to the values this board has articulated in its vision for a destination district. Those of us here today, along with many in the broader community, are speaking out not only to support Ruben Da Silva, but to protect the integrity of our schools and to help you continue building a district that families actively choose. Standing with your educators is essential to that goal. By supporting Mr. Da Silva, this board has an opportunity to affirm the democratic principles that make public education worth defending and to send a clear message that this district trusts and values its teachers. I urge you to stand with your community, with Ruben Da Silva, and with the mission you have set for this district. And finally, I want to recognize the recent student protesters. Their actions demonstrated critical thinking, civic engagement, and moral courage, the very qualities our schools should strive to nurture when students encounter injustice. They are leaders and an inspiration. Thank you.
Thank you. And to close us out, Katrine?
Katrine Ivanov for the record. I'm also known as Mrs. Fix-It to a lot of people. I want to say something. I am legalized, naturalized citizen, and I had to go and learn a bunch of questions to answer about the government. And it really upsets me when people keep saying that we are a democracy. We are not. We are a constitutional republic if we can keep it. Democracy is a mob rule, so thank God we are not a democracy. I hope we never are a democracy. I hope we keep our constitutional republic. I also wanted to say congratulations to the new board. This is the first time I can speak to the new leaders of the board that were speaking in January. And also want to express that I am for people expressing themselves. However, they should do that on their own time. They should not do that when they have the jobs that our taxpayers' money are paying for. And we expect when we send our kids to school to learn actual education, not to leave class for political to use our kids as political pundits. That could have been organized after the school hours because we are last in the state in education, so we should not be taking the time that is for studying to be used for other things. It could have been organized after hours if they wanted to be on that day. It could have been organized on the weekends when the parents actually can have also input what their kids are doing. I doubt that the parents gave permission for their kids to be leaving school. We know one kid was hit by a car because it was off school ground on the first day of this. I don't think that was not organized. I don't think that was natural. The kids just decided we all gonna do this all of a sudden. I hope that it's taken seriously. Nothing personal against the teachers that did it. I don't know them, but I don't think they should be teaching our kids insubordination instead of following the law. Our kids should be taught to follow the law. We're creating laws for a reason. And yes, they can express themselves just at an appropriate time. Not if I go to work, I'm expected to work, not to protest when I'm working. I can protest on my own time when it's my day off. So I expect teachers to do the same, especially when we are the one paying their salary. Thank you very much, and that was a long night, so I don't have to use the last 15 seconds. Have a lovely evening, everyone.
Thank you. That concludes, excuse me, that concludes our public comment. I'm going to close item 3.01. We have an upcoming meeting announcement. The next meeting for the Board of Trustees is Thursday, February 12th, 2026 at 5 p.m. here in the boardroom. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Trustee Ramona Esparza Strophagan.
Motion to adjourn.
Do I have a second? Trustee Barone.
Second.
Let's vote. Motion passes. Have a great night, everyone.